never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. President Biden is ordering the U.S. military to establish a temporary port in Gaza so more humanitarian aid can get to Palestinians. The administration saying the U.S. military has unique capabilities that allow it to construct a port or causeway without having to send forces to Gaza's shores. Congress is expected to take up a bill aimed at severing the popular social app TikTok from Chinese government influence. Wisconsin Republican Congressman Mike Gallagher introducing the bill and discussing it on Capitol Hill.
The basic ownership structure has to change. That's the message we've heard from every single national security official in the Biden administration right now. It's why we have such strong bipartisan support.
Sweden has officially joined NATO after decades of neutrality following World War II. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken welcoming the Swedish Prime Minister to the White House Thursday and extending his congratulations.
Today, we have fortified the shield against aggression. We brought more people under its protection so that together we can focus on the real work of delivering for our people.
The House of Representatives voted to pass the Laken Riley Act, which promises to give state governments more power in dealing with the growing surge of illegal immigrants in the United States. New York Republican Congressman Elise Stefanik tells Fox News Republicans believe more needs to be done to secure the U.S. southern border in order to save American lives.
This is very important for us to continue to show leadership where Joe Biden has failed. And this border is a catastrophe of Joe Biden's doing, and it's leading to the loss of innocent lives.
The bill was named after a Georgia college student who was recently killed by an illegal immigrant. This is USA News.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-362-9337. 800-362-9337. That's 800-362-9337.
Philadelphia police have found the car they believe was used in Wednesday's shooting in which 8 kids were injured. Philadelphia Police Deputy Commissioner of Investigations Frank Venor spoke about their response to the attack.
Philadelphia Police responded to 7300 Rising Sun Avenue for a report of multiple people shot. When the officers arrived, they found 8 juveniles shot at that location. Philadelphia police believe they have one of the victims remains in critical condition after being shot 9 times in the torso. Police are asking for the public to come forward with any information they have on the shooting or the gunman. In Arizona last year, Republicans attempted to pass a bill which would have codified fetal personhood, but Democrat Governor Katie Hobbs vetoed the bill. In a press conference, the governor is now asking members of the state legislature to pass a bill that guarantees access to contraceptives.
I am once again calling on members of the legislature to do the right thing and pass the Right to Contraception Act. This is a common sense step we must take to protect access to this critical reproductive health care tool.
NASCAR drivers are continuing their West Coast swing after Las Vegas last weekend. This week, the drivers in Phoenix for the Shriners Children's 500. Green flag drops on Sunday just after 12:30 p.m. Pacific time. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, lights, cameras, action. Here we go. Would you looky there? A brand new day, which would be a Friday. One day closer to the greatest day of the week. Thank you, all right? Now one day closer to the weekend. It's almost here. How we doing? Ready to go? It's Steve Summers. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another cloudy night. Surprise, surprise. 48 degrees, just kind of waiting for the rain to move in. It's a kind of a rainy, soggy Friday coming our way. And much of the eastern reaches of the country, it's going to be, a very soggy weekend. Storm system 1 has now moved off the eastern seaboard after a very, very rainy day up and down that I-95 corridor. And you get a break in the action But between now and Saturday, residents from the southern plains throughout much of the southeast, you're going to be on alert for potentially heavy rain, strong storms, maybe even severe weather as our next system marches east, threatening localized severe weather right through Saturday evening, pulling in plenty of warm, humid air and moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico. As we get things started with our traveler's weather heading into the weekend, a service of Big Daddy Walker Productions. Well, they tell us clusters of showers and thunderstorms are going to be pulsing and waning, ramping up and down in portions of Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kansas, Missouri. Yeah, going to make a lot of outdoor plans become indoor plans. And then the risk for severe weather expected across Texas and Oklahoma in a zone stretching from Austin to Oklahoma City and points northward through the overnight hours. I'm not seeing any continuing severe thunderstorm watches at this hour, but there are indeed some pretty strong storms out there. Yeah, a lot of light to moderate rain through much of eastern portions of Iowa, right through the heart of Illinois, down into southern Indiana, western Kentucky. Rains are going to be moving into the Louisville area. Initially, it's going to be lighter rain. Get back into south central and southwest Missouri, eastern Kansas from Topeka southward. That's where we find some of the heavier rains and torrential rains south of Oklahoma City on down to just east of the Dallas-Fort Worth metroplex at this point in time. It's going to be a broad zone picking up 2 to 4 inches of rain between now and Saturday. From central Mississippi to central Georgia, some areas will see multiple rounds of thunderstorms. In those areas, we could far exceed 4 inches of rain. I mean, they're talking up to maybe 8, 9 inches, cannot be ruled out. Moisture content well above average. These thunderstorms can drop torrential rain, rainfall rates 1 to 2 inches of rain per hour in the heavier storms from Louisiana, southern Mississippi later today, Alabama, especially southern Alabama and southern Georgia. Areas that could be at risk for some urban flooding from Jackson, Mississippi to Atlanta, Montgomery and Birmingham, Alabama. Yeah, that risk may extend right through Saturday as the tail end of that storm slowly moves through the southeast with some additional heavy rain and thunderstorms from the Florida Peninsula to the Carolinas. Yeah, there's a likelihood of locally severe thunderstorms for northern Florida, southeast Alabama, and southern Georgia through the day on Saturday. Then maybe even parts of the Carolinas late Saturday through Saturday evening. Soggy conditions as we get set for the weekend. It was indeed a very rainy day as the second rainstorm of the week moved off the Atlantic coast this past afternoon. But in a broad area from the Carolinas to Maine, you picked up 1 to 2 inches of rain in about 12 hours. Some coastal areas from eastern North Carolina up to Long Island, New York, saw 2 and 3 inch rainfall totals. Yes, soggy day. So the gradual drying, the clearing process on into the day Friday before that next system we were just talking about moves in for the second half of the weekend. Again, moving some of the outdoor plans indoor once again along the eastern seaboard. You're going to be kind of in between those two big storms as the one has departed the east, but a complex storm is gathering moisture and it's going to strengthen over the central states, obviously. That's the one we were just describing. As far as wintry precipitation, yes, on the backside of this storm, there is some snow falling tonight. Some pockets of moderate snow right there in central portions of Nebraska. Lighter snow in southeastern Wyoming. Maybe a few snow showers back toward Pueblo, Colorado. But the heaviest accumulation looks to be the northeast corner of Colorado and southwestern Nebraska, where we do have winter storm warnings in place for areas like North Platte to Oshkosh, Nebraska, Stapleton. How much are we talking about? Some areas will pick up just a dusting. Some areas maybe up to 6 inches. When all is said and done, heavy snow, 4 to 9 inches for portions of the Nebraska Panhandle, southwest and west central Nebraska. So definitely slippery road conditions. So your winter storm warning actually is now in effect until 9 o'clock Central Time there Friday morning. So some of those snows we were just describing coming down. One other, let's see, from the Weather Service office in Goodland, Kansas. I mentioned northeast Colorado and southwestern, western portions of Nebraska, Dundee County, where they're saying 3 to 8 inches of accumulation. So plan on slippery road conditions impacting the overnight hours. A band of heavy, wet snow is forecast to move mainly along and north of Highway 36 in Yuma County and through the afternoon hours and shifting into Dundee. Some areas are seeing maybe 1 to 3 inches of accumulation in an hour's time. Meanwhile, it's a Friday. TGIF says, Philly Dan, I'm with you, brother. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Hello from Jacob, saying hi to the Overnight Drive family. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down, be safe. He's checking in from Platkill, New York once again. Round number 4 to Schenectady, 45 degrees. They're in New York tonight. God bless all the truckers out there. From Kevin. Crooked Joe's campaign speech was very weak, yet matched by the weakness of the pathetic Republican response. I didn't catch much of either. I am seeing that, I guess, Joe's speech, everything, this country is, unicorn farts, fairy dust, roses, everything's great. We need 4 more years to get the job done. We always hear that, don't we? 4 more years. All right, Pappy. Angry Joe spewed out his delusion for over an hour. Thank God that's over. So saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. Showtime. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, it's the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Throwing those breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on, and stay Bill your lane, because the Overnight Drive, hammering down. Dial it up at 844-844-3388. Hit those digits. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. 48 degrees Harrison, Ohio tonight. Heat up that cup of Joe. Snuggle up to whomever or wetter. Or be like Big Ed. If you can't find him, grind him. Are you with me? And I think Big Ed is actually in the house tonight. Hey there. Which he says, same old BS. Nothing changes. Marianne, good to have you on board. Saying hi to all the friends there. Shorty, rolling I-77 northbound in Bastion, Virginia tonight. We are Columbus bound. Now, he says Katie Britt on the Republican follow-up, the Republican response, he said he feels like she knocked it out of the park. So, little differing opinions there. Brain Dead, good morning, Steve. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, it's back to work. It's Monday. It's a clear, balmy 63 degrees. Memphis International sent you the DA of the Week nominees, and Dingbat sent her Hero of the Week. And I feel like the second nominee is actually the winner. I got the Hero of the Week nominee. I bet I was right about that email address, wasn't I? Anyway, time to get rolling, hauling these groceries to the people of Memphis. We'll try to check in a bit later on this morning. Look forward to that. All right, let's see. Stephen checking in from California tonight. There's Ron checking in from north central Kansas. The Big Tipper headed north to Nebraska. Had a bit of rain today. Looks like a little snow up north. Everybody have a good morning. Drive safely out there. Daniel checking in. Where are we at? Over by Jamestown, North Dakota. I'll tell you this. Winter is not over yet. Not here. 12 degrees outside. All right. Hello to Miss Millie. Following up on the State of the Union, a screaming, blubbering, babbling State of the Union message. Yeah, so sickening, I couldn't bring myself to listen to it all. Everybody take care. Be blessed. Trump 24. All right. Copy in the mail, 5-7. Gilligan, what do we say? Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, kind of an overcast but warm night. We're dry here in Natural Bridge at this hour, actually showing 46 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Cass, he said Lincoln Riley, not Lakin Riley. But there is a Lincoln Riley who's a football coach and was a football player. Must have been where he got that from. Yeah, Biden doesn't care about our daughters. No, that's one of the headlines in the news this past day as well, which we will get to this Friday morning. Stephen, good morning, Steve, and all your fellow truckers out there keeping things moving on the highways. You guys are the best. And here we go.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, who else on board here? Hello from the Big Worm. The Big Worm in Pittsburgh. Hauling the steel. I got a delivery in the morning in the home 20. 2 weeks out's enough. Everybody have a good night. Steve, have a good show. Thank you very much. I was wondering about, I saw because Ron checking in about the Big Tipper. It's Norman who's on board. He said, my co-driver was checking in for me. I'm headed north. Ron is actually staying home. All right. There's the Big Tipper rolling. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, hump day, whatever day it is. Just 11 more days for winter on the calendar. Got the regular run tonight, cloudy and dry so far on I-71 in Kentucky. A little breezy, but it's a mild 50 degrees. Be safe. Have a good weekend when yours rolls around. Mike Grader, the Biden get off my lawn speech. What an angry old man. That's Mike in Beaver Creek. Okay, let's see. Roy says Ronald Reagan was 77 at the end of his second term. We were talking about the oldest presidents last evening, and I wasn't sure how old was Ronald Reagan, who was indeed suffering from dementia toward the tail end of his second term, and, of course, officially diagnosed and went downhill after exiting the Oval Office. Biden would actually be 86 at the end if he gets that second term. Wow. Hello, Buckeye Boy. Ackworth, Georgia, 55 degrees. What an absolute beautiful day. This past day, I did my delivery, got to see the granddaughter this evening for a couple hours, took her to the park. Going to take a few days off. What in the world was that speech by the puppet? Angry man, and the first country he spoke about in the presidential State of the Union, which means the United States, the first country he spoke about was Ukraine. All in all, I'm extremely worried about his mental fitness, and I'm sure most sane people have been for a long time. Anyway, have a great night, a better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. Mike chimes in and says, hey, everybody say a prayer for our buddy Rick. He's got some health issues. Okay, thank you for the heads up there. I'm assuming that's our buddy Rick in Columbus, correct, who chimes in on a pretty regular basis. As does on, well, typically Fridays, we hear from none other than Captain Ron.
One day closer to the greatest day of the week.
I knew it.
Well, yeah, I got to remind everybody. I mean, sometimes I don't have much to say, and then I just check in and try to remind you. So you were talking the other day about them tumbleweeds.
Yes.
I was driving into when I was stationed in 29 Palms, California. I was headed into the base, and I saw something in the road ahead of me, and I was driving a little bitty Chevette at the time. And when I got to it, that tumbleweed was bigger than my whole car.
Wow.
I couldn't believe it.
Really?
Yeah, it was huge. I'd never seen one that big. But anyway, I kind of brought up that memory when you was talking about it. So I didn't watch any of that State of the Union. I'm sure it was full of promises, right?
I'm sure, yes. I mean,
I mean, everything's so great. I mean, the unemployment, the inflation, and all of that stuff's just hunky-dory. So, I guess we're going to get some rain tomorrow. I don't know how it's going to affect probably those drag races in Gainesville. But I don't have a whole lot.
Yeah, I think Eagle
I
was
just riding up the road eating some.
Eagle was hoping to get down to those races. Yeah.
Well, it's the Gator National. That's a really, really good drag race. It's actually one I'd like to get to, and I've never been to a drag race before. There was something else I was going to ask, and I don't remember what it was. Kind of sucked getting old, you know?
I hear you.
Good. I was just riding up the road eating some chicken gizzards.
Oh, yummy.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Some
Wow.
hot sauce.
Okay.
It was good eating. But anyway, I guess that's about all I got. Hey, what do you call a blind German?
A blind airman?
German.
Oh, a blind German.
Germany.
I have no idea.
Nazi.
Nazi. Have a good one there, Captain Ron. Thanks for the reminder.
Have a good weekend.
Greatest day of the week is just around the corner. Yeah, I think one of the reasons Eagle wanted to get down there to the Gator Nationals is the NASCAR Hall of Famer Tony Stewart, rapidly approaching his NHRA Top Fuel debut at the season-opening Gator Nationals, Florida's Gainesville Raceway. So first time coming up, he'll compete with the Tony Stewart Dodge SRT Direct Connection Dragster during the 21 race season, starting with the NHRA Amalie Gator Nationals, which kick off later today, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Of course, NASCAR fans and dirt track fans, I mean, yeah, what in racing hasn't Tony Stewart really been a part of? Yeah, IndyCar, Indy 500. I mean, he was one of those handful of racers that did the double dip, Indy 500, Coca-Cola 600 years ago. The former series champion, IndyCar and USAC competition, entering his fourth motorsports discipline at the highest level now with the Top Fuel division in the NHRA, as he makes his Top Fuel rookie showing in an 11,000 horsepower dragster this weekend at Gainesville Raceway. Now, he says, I'm trying to get through this learning curve right now with the Top Fuel dragster. He's taken over the driving duties for his wife, Leah Pruitt. She made the decision, for whatever reason, to sit out the 2024 campaign to start a family. She will serve as strategist and driving coach for Tony. So here you got the wife telling you what to do. Oh, boy. Now, this is probably one of the biggest challenges I've ever faced in my racing career. I've been through so many divisions and types of race cars that I've had to learn. This might be the toughest of all of them. Just trying to figure these cars will be the most exciting part of it for me, says Tony. This is way different than anything I've ever done in motorsports in my entire life. It's not like a NASCAR. It's not like an Indy car when I can go make 100 laps in a day easily. Good luck to Tony this weekend. Be careful out there. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Sweden has been formally accepted as a member of NATO. The Swedish Prime Minister traveled to Washington, D.C. Thursday to deliver the necessary paperwork for admission in a ceremony alongside Secretary of State Antony Blinken. The inclusion of Sweden and Finland marks the most significant expansion of the alliance in decades. President Biden announcing the construction of a port on the Gaza coast by the U.S. to facilitate aid delivery in his State of the Union speech. According to administration officials, Biden will instruct the U.S. military to lead the mission. Pressure from within his own party urging assistance for Palestinian civilians affected by the Israel-Hamas conflict has been mounting on Biden. Xcel Energy, the utility serving the Texas Panhandle, is investigating whether their equipment could be responsible for the state's largest wildfire. Multiple lawsuits regarding the fire have highlighted a downed power line as a potential cause. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, underway on a Friday, TGIF. Good to have you on board. What do we have here? Kind of breaking news from the Western Journal. Not sure what the significance, if any, it would be, but they say 3 Supreme Court justices skipped out on the State of the Union address. The 4th and final one of Biden's term in office. Now, this has been a term where Biden has been critical of the conservatives serving on the court. A court he threatened to pack with new justices before the 2020 election. As the country's top legal minds entered into the House chamber this past evening, Chief Justice John Roberts appeared friendly with the court's liberals, Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, Ketanji Brown Jackson. Associate Justices Neil Gorsuch and Brett Kavanaugh were also in attendance. However, conservative Associate Justices Samuel Alito, Amy Coney Barrett, and Clarence Thomas were absent. Well, no reason was given for the absences, but it is not required for those who sit on the court to attend the speech, they say. But many watching noticed the absences. A lot of tweets, I guess, were coming in. Supreme Court justices here in the chamber for Biden's State of the Union. And sitting justices not here? Thomas, Alito, Barrett. Clarence Thomas and Sam Alito have zero interest in hearing from Joe Biden. They both decided to stay home instead of hearing that old guy screaming. I'm sharing some of the comments, the tweets. Thomas, Alito, Barrett, not attending the State of the Union tonight. Wow. All 3 liberal justices present. Biden criticized the court during a charged moment of his speech and attacked those who voted for overturning Roe versus Wade in 2022. Kind of handing the issue of abortion back to individual states, as it should have been anyway. All right, so what's this? I guess that's kind of like sending a not-so-subtle message. I have no interest in hearing what you have to say. What's going on with horse feathers this Friday? Ready for the weekend?
Yeah, we're getting there. I don't know what window you're looking out, Your Honor. I'm looking up at the sky, and I see stars, and we got a nice clear 41 degrees, just cool enough that everybody has to reach over and click up that thermostat a degree or two just to stay toasty. Burn that propane. So, anyways, so our fearless leader, I saw a preview on there that he was bashing the former president and his court. So I take it that means because he placed a couple Supreme Court justices on the bench that makes it Donald Trump's court, because he hasn't been able to place. None of the judges have died while he's been in office, so he hasn't been able to nominate anybody. So, and I don't, as you were just saying, he threatened to pack the court, and I wonder what happened that never kind of developed. That was one of the things I kind of expected to see happen, that he was going to try to get of his agenda, or whoever's telling him what to say his agenda to actually have happen. So,
if you noticed, in light of the ruling earlier this week about allowing Trump to be on the ballot, there are those once again calling to make how many justices they want to make it. They want to bump it up to 13, or like I said, pack the court. They're talking about it again.
Yep, I'm sure. So anyways, shouldn't he be praising the justices for turning the Roe versus Wade over? Because didn't that pretty much negate what would have been the red wave 2 years ago?
Well,
I mean, that was
that was definitely beneficial to them.
Abortion issue,
that played right into their hands, no doubt.
Absolutely, without a doubt. So he should have actually been praising the judges, saying, thank you for giving us all these votes, because all these people either, number one, wouldn't have bothered to come out and vote, that, came out to vote against, and so anyways, just politics. And, the only thing that goes on inside that circle there at D.C. is their way of trying to figure out how to stuff their pockets with money and make the American people pay for it. And, it's them and their families and, the lobbyists that they're there to represent, because they're not there to represent the people. They're there to represent the lobbyists and make whatever money they can, to steal whatever they can, and to leave Washington, I guess, when they still have a little bit of sense left that they can enjoy it. I don't know, because they don't seem to leave when they'd want to go home and enjoy their grandkids or their great grandkids, and just want to relax and enjoy the end of their life. They, for some reason, this is what they do there, seems to be fun to them, and I don't know. I don't understand it, because I don't even like driving around the place, but they pay me good money to do it, so I just try to do it while they're all sleeping. But anyways, I don't know. Not a whole lot going on for the end of the week, Your Honor, there. So, I got one thing though. So I got going today, and finally try not to procrastinate too much, because we got the One Truck Show coming up here in a couple weeks, and so anyways, I'm looking at the national convention for the American Truck Historical Society, and I'm like, well, I got to get off my butt and get going because I got 3 trucks I can register to go there. So I'm having trouble getting logged in, so I call out to Missouri or wherever it is that their world headquarters is at, and I talk to a lady there, and she's like, well, every vehicle you register is $35. I'm like, well, all right, it's a little high, but all right. So I got my fire truck that I need to get out because it needs to go to a muster on Saturday, because the Antique Fire Apparatus Convention was supposed to be with the American Truck Convention, and there's a whole story that goes with that, but we won't get into that because it all involves money. But anyways, for my own personal thing here, I can't get the fire truck out until the end of the truck show on Saturday, so that means they can't go to the truck show.
Uh-oh.
So then I go, well, I got a pickup that I want to drive back and forth that's historic. And she says, oh, that's no problem. As long as it's 1 ton or under, you can go in and out with that, no problem. There's no issue with that. The larger trucks, once they're there, they have to stay until the end of the show. All right. So now being a member that I paid $40 or $50, I don't know, my wife writes the check, so I don't know. But whatever the annual dues are, $40, $50 a year. Now, in order for me to attend every day of the show, I have to pay $50 for myself. The truck has to have $35. Each truck has to have $35. And then to drive it, to have the privilege to drive the pickup in and out, I have to buy an in and out pass for another $25. You know something, Your Honor? I'm up to about $170 if I want to go just park my truck at the truck show and have people look at it.
Okay.
I'm starting to think that my ties with the American Truck Historical Society and them wanting me to personally finance their summer convention show here in York, I'm thinking I might be parting ways with them, Your Honor. I'm not seeing the benefit out of it like I have possibly with OIDA, that I hate to say it, for my membership that I give with them as being a company driver. I like having the organization there, but I don't know. So anyways, anybody's got any thoughts on it? If they got any, let me know what you think. Am I wrong thinking that we're being a little bit overcharged for, and you're talking this truck show, the Historical Truck Society show, they can have anywhere from 600 to 800 trucks show up. So you start figuring those numbers for people coming.
Yeah.
And if they bring the family with them, $50 to get into the show for each individual for the duration of the show. You got 3 people. That's $150 on top of your $170 for your trucks if you bring more than a couple trucks. And I don't know, Your Honor. It is rubbing me the wrong way, if you know what I mean.
All right. Well, that's adding up. That gets a little expensive just to show a truck. Sure.
Exactly. And the thing is once you're there, the trucks stay shut off. I mean, they stay right in their guidelines. They don't want trucks running. They don't want to. They can't be moved on site. They don't even want you starting them up. And as I say, the only ones that are allowed in or out are vehicles that are 1 ton or less. But then you got to buy the extra $25 pass to do that. So I don't know. Maybe I just got up on the wrong side of bed this morning there. I don't know. Maybe. I don't. But anyways, looking forward to the dumbass of the week and the hero of the week, and you got a pretty good show lined up in front of you here. So
I
suppose I better quit my messing around and let you go do something important.
Casual Friday, here it is. Thank you very much. Hey, I saw Rubber Duck. I saw your post, and I'm not sure exactly where he was. What's the name of that? What was that fueling station that actually has the Hot Shot Secret, already blended in with the fuel? He's standing there at the pump and pointing up to the marquee sign right above the pump, which reads Premium Arctic Diesel plus EDT Winter Defense. The Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment plus Winter Defense. It's already blended in. When you put that nozzle in to fill that tank, it's already there. Improves power economy and reliability. Protects against filter plugging down to minus 36 degrees. Minimum 45 cetane rating. Increases miles per gallon by up to 5.1%. 28% more lubricity. Reduces DPF regens up to 50%. Stabilizes your fuel to protect filter plugging by 32%. You're right, Rubber Duck. We need more stations like that. Yeah, all in one shot. It's 844-844-3388. They made it official this past day in Texas. how the blazes started a few weeks ago. The suspicion had possibly been power lines. Again, they've made that official.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So we got a Friday underway. At some point this morning, we shall present this week's Big Rig Diesel Duo winner. Our fourth and final winner from our Facebook contest. The object of holding this via Facebook is to try to get people to share. If you review on Facebook, I hope you share the program, share the link to overnightdriveradio.com. We're trying to grow the audience. For those who listen on the app, tell your friends about it, especially those overnight truck drivers. Of course, anyone and everyone who drives can listen throughout the broadcast, throughout the day, via all the podcast outlets. Pretty much everything out there. You can find all the links at overnightdriveradio.com. For those who maybe listen via Rumble, or just tune in via Facebook and you're not familiar with the app, it's very simple. If you have an Android phone, what is it, the Google Play Store, the iPhone, it's the App Store, as they call it. You open your respective App Store, and on whatever your smartphone device might be, you simply type in overnightdriveradio.com. You need the .com there, and it'll be a free download. You'll have that little icon on your phone. With the push of a button, any time of day, you can listen into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Tell your friends about that. Meanwhile, power lines. Yes, igniting the massive wildfires across the Texas Panhandle that killed at least 2, destroyed homes and livestock, and left a charred landscape. Officials confirmed this past day, including the largest blaze in the state's history. The Texas A&M Forest Service said investigators concluded that power lines ignited both the historic Smokehouse Creek fire, which burned nearly 1,700 square miles and spilled into neighboring Oklahoma, and the nearby Windy Deuce fire, which burned about 225 square miles. Now, they did not elaborate on what led to the power lines igniting the blazes. The utility provider, Xcel Energy, said their equipment appeared to have sparked the Smokehouse Creek fire. The Minnesota-based company said in a news release they did not believe their equipment caused the ignition of the Windy Deuce fire nor was it aware of any allegations that it did. Company spokesman said in an email that there are power lines owned and operated by various companies in that area, though. Those wildfires that ignited last week in the windswept rural area, prompting evacuations in some communities, ultimately destroying as many as 500 structures and killed thousands of cattle. Now, winds in the area were reaching upwards of 60 miles per hour when these blazes started. Those winds, along with the dry grass, temperatures that were in the 70s and 80s, feeding those flames. Now, they're still actually battling. Containment levels have been increasing. They've done a lot of progress this week. The Smokehouse Creek fire, 74% contained as of this past day. The Windy Deuce fire, 89% contained. But they did warn high winds are expected to be moving across the dry landscape once again, which will increase fire danger. Of course, it's not uncommon. We know downed power lines and other utility equipment have led to other major wildfires, including the deadly blaze in Maui last year, that massive California wildfire back in 2019. The accusations of XL has been accused of not maintaining their equipment properly. Yeah, there was a lawsuit filed by a resident where they believe the fire started. A power pole that had been so degraded that it had been what they call it red tagged quite some time ago. Red tag meaning that pole is not safe for utility workers to climb. It should have been replaced, in other words, quite some time ago. I smell some big-time lawsuits coming down the pike, and then, of course, the people that lost their lives. Who's responsible, right? Senor Heatwave checks in on a Friday.
Good morning, Senor. I'm going to do an impression of the president, and folks, don't try to do this at home because I am not a professional neither. So y'all bear with me.
Okay.
I can't take lemonade with the lemons that I fart. Where's my chocolate? Where's the extra nuts? Holy crap! My cookies are smaller.
All right, Heatwave, are you still there? He may have lost connection. I don't know. Well, he did say he was not a professional. Do not try this at home. Okay. All right, dial us back up there. I see. Hello to Dingbat. If you're on board this morning, Hero of the Week. We've been doing DA of the Week for many, many years. And she had the idea, well, how about more than, rather than just dumbasses, let's honor or reflect on some of the heroes out there. And this week, her nominee is from heartwarming video capturing the moments cops safely found a 5-year-old girl with autism who got lost and wandered into the thick Florida swamp. 3 Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies were seen coming across the lost girl in Tampa after being directed by a helicopter search crew that found her using thermal imaging technology. Hey, one of the deputies cries out, opening his arms and waves back while standing in the swamp water. Come here, sweetheart, let's get you out of the water. She comes forward and he picks her up to carry her to safety. The girl's panicked mother reported her missing just after 5 o'clock Monday when she realized her daughter, which they did not identify because of her age, but she wasn't at the neighbor's house as the mother thought she was. Now the panic starts to kick in. But the girl was found unharmed in the swamp in less than an hour's time, according to the sheriff's office. In situations like this, every second counts. It's always rewarding to see the quick response from our deputies and have such a positive outcome. Their quick action saved the day, turning potential tragedy into a hopeful reunion. Now, I noted deputies faced numerous obstacles in addition to the dense Florida vegetation that got in the way of getting the girl to safety. But when you have to work with people that suffer from autism, he says, there's a lot of obstacles that are created. One is they are drawn to water, which I didn't realize that. The second is a lot of times they struggle with communication. Said, we actually have a program called Safety Net that the department has on their aviation units and some of the patrol cars to help them quickly recover both missing children or people with autism or elderly people who may just wander away. So, yeah, tip of the hat. Thank you very much for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office there. A job well done. And thank you to Dingbat. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. President Biden is ordering the U.S. military to establish a temporary port in Gaza so more humanitarian aid can get to Palestinians. The administration saying the U.S. military has unique capabilities that allow it to construct a port or causeway without having to send forces to Gaza's shores. Congress is expected to take up a bill aimed at severing the popular social app TikTok from Chinese government influence. Wisconsin Republican Congressman Mike Gallagher introducing the bill and discussing it on Capitol Hill.
The basic ownership structure has to change. That's the message we've heard from every single national security official in the Biden administration right now. It's why we have such strong bipartisan support.
Sweden has officially joined NATO after decades of neutrality following World War II. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken welcoming the Swedish Prime Minister to the White House Thursday and extending his congratulations.
Today, we have fortified the shield against aggression. We brought more people under its protection so that together we can focus on the real work of delivering for our people.
The House of Representatives voted to pass the Lake and Riley Act, which promises to give state governments more power in dealing with the growing surge of illegal immigrants in the United States. New York Republican Congressman Elise Stefanik tells Fox News Republicans believe more needs to be done to secure the U.S. southern border in order to save American lives.
This is very important for us to continue to show leadership where Joe Biden has failed. And this border is a catastrophe of Joe Biden's doing, and it's leading to the loss of innocent lives.
The bill was named after a Georgia college student who was recently killed by an illegal immigrant. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Philadelphia police have found the car they believe was used in Wednesday's shooting, in which 8 kids were injured. Philadelphia Police Deputy Commissioner of Investigations Frank Venor spoke about their response to the attack.
Philadelphia police responded to 7300 Rising Sun Avenue for a report of multiple people shot. When the officers arrived, they found 8 juveniles shot at that location.
Philadelphia police believe they have one of the victims remains in critical condition after being shot 9 times in the torso. Police are asking for the public to come forward with any information they have on the shooting or the gunman. In Arizona last year, Republicans attempted to pass a bill which would have codified fetal personhood, but Democrat Governor Katie Hobbs vetoed the bill. In a press conference, the governor is now asking members of the state legislature to pass a bill that guarantees access to contraceptives.
I am once again calling on members of the legislature to do the right thing and pass the Right to Contraception Act. This is a common sense step we must take to protect access to this critical reproductive health care tool.
NASCAR drivers are continuing their West Coast swing after Las Vegas last weekend. This week, the drivers in Phoenix for the Shriners Children's 500. Green flag drops on Sunday just after 12:30 p.m. Pacific time. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Hey, just like that, we kick off another hour. Great to have you with us. Hope you've had a good week thus far. Friday coming on for most of us. It's hump day for Eskimo Mom. It's Monday for Brain Dead. What day is it for you? Get a weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions as we roll into Friday. Now, right on the heels of a storm that drenched the Northeast, late Wednesday into early Thursday, there's a new storm that's going to swing through the Northeast just in time for the weekend. More travel problems, localized flooding, and even some snow. That four-letter word, don't say that, for some areas as it turns colder. All right, second storm of the week actually moved off the Atlantic coast this past day. You're in a break between storms now to end the week. Today, Friday, probably going to be the best day of the week for travel and outdoor plans through the eastern seaboard. As Horse Feathers mentioned a bit ago, he's seeing beautiful stars in the skies. It's clear. You're actually in between two big storms. As the new storm approaches Saturday, parts of the eastern and northern New England may squeeze out a dry start to the weekend. There are two storms that forecasters are actually tracking that will ultimately converge on the Northeast over the weekend. Saturday, that first storm pulling warm air through much of the Atlantic coast into the Appalachians. It's going to tap into moisture from the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic, and then wring it out over the Northeast. There will be a slight wedge of cold air across eastern Canada that may allow a period of snow, northern portions of New England late Saturday and Saturday night. Before that arrives, though, it's going to feel more like April than March. Drenching rain may be accompanied with a few rumbles of thunder as those storms move northeast from the mid-Atlantic to southern New England. Travel's going to be slow in many areas along the coast Saturday night. Rain pouring down, poor visibility, ponding on the roads. During the period from Saturday night to Sunday, that's where the second storm of this duo is going to dive in out of western Ontario, Canada, and the Great Lakes region. Heavy rain ends rather abruptly in the mid-Atlantic on Saturday night and progresses on up into New England by Sunday morning. So you'll get a chance to dry out for the wrap-up of the weekend. But as those two storms ultimately combine with the cold air coming in, you'll see that change over to a wet snow or snow showers over the central and northern Appalachians Saturday night into Sunday. Could even be a few bands of lake effect snow in the mix around the eastern Great Lakes to close out the weekend there on Sunday. Been a lot of talk this week, for whatever reason, about the Constitution. Constitutional rights being violated. And we talk, especially at the height of the COVID pandemic, night after night, we were talking about things that were being done on a state level, on a federal level. Can they do that? Are they allowed to tell churchgoers you're not allowed to go to church? We remember all those discussions. Do you have to shut your business down? Which many, many, many did. We saw millions of jobs lost, at least for a period of time, with all those mandates. Interesting update following Super Tuesday. There was a salon owner who was actually jailed for violating COVID lockdown restrictions, who unseated an incumbent state representative in the Texas Republican primary Tuesday night. Shelley Luther, she was arrested for refusing to comply with orders to close her business during the COVID pandemic. She defeated incumbent Reggie Smith for Texas House District number 62 seat. Luther got 53.4%. Smith trailed at 46.6% of the vote. Just a couple thousand votes separated the two in the Texas Republican primary. But her business was the Salon a la Mode she owned. She was jailed after defying a stay-at-home order by keeping her business open in the Dallas area. She had received multiple court orders and was ultimately sentenced to 7 days in jail back in May of 2020. She refused a deal to avoid jail time that was offered by Dallas County Judge Eric Moy, which resulted in her imprisonment. Now, the deal that they offered required her to apologize for selfishly keeping her business open, to pay a fine, and shut down the salon until the governor's emergency order ended. Her response at the time was, I have hairstylists that are going hungry because they would rather feed their kids. So, sir, if you think the law is more important than kids getting fed, then please go ahead with your decision, because I'm not going to shut the salon down. The Supreme Court of Texas ultimately ordered the release of Luther on May the 7th of that year. Governor Greg Abbott modified his executive orders following her jailing amid pressure from Americans all over the country. But she may find herself actually holding a seat in the House there in the state of Texas. How about that? Lone Ranger, good morning. Or good evening.
Good morning. Boy, did I mess up last night. I called in the first time fairly early. I have to watch Gunsmoke before I call you, so I can't call in right at midnight. But I was on hold waiting for my turn. Next thing I know, I wake up. It's coming up on 3 o'clock in the morning, and all lights are on, phone's laying on a pillow, where you probably tried to get a hold of me. I didn't. I turned into an eagle. I was sleeping.
Did.
Then so I looked at my phone. I said, well, it's a little before 3. Maybe I'll get a couple of comments in, and he can hold me over, after the news possibly. There's not too many callers waiting. So I started into my conversation, and all of a sudden, the phone just disconnected. So I thought it was a damn metal roof on this building, because the metal roof and cell phones don't get along too good sometimes. So I thought, well, whatever, I'll call back. I'll wait till about 10 after 3, and call back. It's news time. So about 10 after 3, I dial up the phone, and busy. I thought, man, it must be a lot of callers waiting. Busy, like 8 times. I said, well, might as well go back to sleep. Little did I realize that 10 after 3 here is 10 after 5 in Ohio. And
the show was over.
I said, oh, no wonder. Here, I'm trying to call, and then I brought up the live feed, and the song was on at the end of the show. The song with the truck on the picture and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I didn't quite realize. I'm still sound asleep. It didn't dawn on me that it was actually 5 o'clock. You're probably in your car on the way home, and I'm trying to call in.
That's funny.
But anyway, I watched the whole speech, and it was he was trying to act forceful and tough, and it doesn't work. Same old thing, ban assault weapons, ban high-capacity magazines, tax the rich. He wants to raise the capital gains tax. He wants to charge billionaires 25% tax, raise that up again. He doesn't realize that when you raise taxes on people that have businesses, it doesn't hurt them because they just pass it on. That's what causes inflation. That's what inflation is. Mm-hmm. If you got to pay out these, he talked a lot about shrinkflation, where you get an inflated bag of potato chips and it's only about half full, and it's the same bag for the same amount of money with less chips. Well, that's because that company has to pay more to make those chips. Costs more to deliver them, costs more for the products to make them, and it gets passed on. That's the reason. So it was the same old thing. The star of the show for me was that Marjorie Taylor Greene. When he got on the subject of the border, he started blaming Republicans for not passing that bill that he wants passed, which gives money to illegals for legal fees, and it doesn't shut the border down until 5,000 people have crossed. And he thinks that's a great deal. If one person crosses illegal, it's a felony to cross the border illegally without proper pay. It's a felony. That's why it always drives me nuts when I say, they say, these illegals, they're not doing anything wrong. They haven't committed any crime. Yes, they did. As soon as they crossed the river, they committed a crime. But now, the crimes, I mean, almost every day you see somebody that got killed or raped or something by an illegal alien.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost every day, Steve. And now they're finding out that some of these guys from Venezuela are part of a gang. But what Biden doesn't seem to understand is these people come from third world countries where violence, beatings, rapes, and death, that's common down there. That's the way they live down there. So he's bringing third worldism into America, and he shouldn't be shocked because he's judging these people based on behavior of Americans, most of them anyway. And he wouldn't be shocked if he knew what kind of environment they came from. Their behavior is normal where they came from. So the star of the show is this Marjorie Taylor Greene. She had enough. He started rattling on about the border, blah, blah, blah. And she screamed out, Lagan, what the heck's her last name? The girl that just got killed, the 22-year-old.
Laken Riley.
I can't remember her last name. Yeah, Laken Riley. So Biden was ready for it because he was expecting it. They had a pin that the Republicans were wearing and it had Laken Riley's name on it to honor her. They were wearing a pin. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, she was a star of the show. She was wearing a red MAGA hat, some kind of a vest with Trump stuff on it and pins or whatever on it. But she had a shirt on, a white T-shirt, and it said, "Say her name," meaning Laken Riley. Because Biden had never, ever said her name. Never. And he probably wasn't planning on ever saying it. And the other thing interesting, her parents were invited to that speech by Representative Collins. And they said they weren't going to come. So there was 2 empty seats there. They didn't focus on it, but there was 2 empty seats there where her parents were supposed to be, but they couldn't stomach coming to that speech and seeing him.
Mm-hmm.
So what does he do? The first time he mentions her name ever, he says Lincoln instead of Lagan. He mispronounced her name. He got her name wrong. Now, you talk about irony. You know, he thought he was doing a good thing. And the other thing that surprised me, he said that she got killed by an illegal. He never calls these people illegals. They're always just migrants. And he slipped up and called this guy an illegal. And I'm sure that the liberals must have went nuts over that. And the other thing, there was a guy way in the back, way up at the top in the cheap seats, and he was screaming out something, and I couldn't make out what he was screaming out, but they threw him out right away. And Biden was late getting there because the protesters were outside, the pro-Hamas people. He couldn't get through that crowd.
Yep.
He actually showed up late because of that. Of course, they never mentioned that. But this guy that stood up, I couldn't figure out what the heck he said. And here he was screaming out, "Remember Abby," it was Abby something. Anyway, it was an attack in Kabul in 2021. And that's what he screamed out. He said, "Remember Abby something" was the attack. So I had to look it up later on because I had no idea what it was. But he didn't have an easy time of it. Now, of course, I'm sure the liberal media is probably slobbering all over each other, you know, telling what a great deal it was and what a terrific speech it was. And they're doing their best they can to cover for him. But I think the American people have pretty much had it. This guy's just got to go. But the best thing I saw in all of it, it was hard to even listen to him because it was just one lie after the other, you know, just typical prepared speech, reading off a teleprompter. Probably Obama wrote it. But the response by the Republican, if you have to go on YouTube, it's a must-see.
Mm-hmm.
The representative from Alabama, Katie Britt, her name is. She's 42 years old, youngest senator in the Senate, maybe the youngest one ever elected. I don't know, but that was riveting. I was at the edge of the couch listening to every word she said. Very emotional. She spoke as a mom who is worried about the future of her children, and it was a riveting speech. And she laid it into him. So anybody that hasn't seen that, I'm telling you, you won't be disappointed if it's on YouTube. I'm sure it will be. That's one you got to watch.
Okay.
But I had to watch it. I'm actually, the reason I watched it, to be honest, besides just to keep track of what's going on, you got to see what the other side's doing. You got to watch CNN once in a while just to see what they're doing, but I can't make it more than 5 minutes. But I'll bet you money there was more people who tuned in to watch this State of the Union speech to see how many times he was going to mess up. And he stumbled around a few words. He did. It wasn't perfect. But the people that watched this, a good percentage of it, in my opinion, were watching for that more than for the content of the speech. It's like the people that go to a NASCAR race, they want to see the wreck. That's why they're there.
Right.
Because watching cars go around a circle for 3 hours is not that interesting. They don't want to see anybody get hurt, but they want to see action. Or like, the people that watch the New Year's Eve celebration in New York City in Times Square, there's a percentage of them that are waiting to see if there's going to be a terrorist bomb blow up. Percentage of them are watching it for that.
Wow.
And that's just a fact because it's been reported. But anyway, same old thing. The guy's got to go. But last night, my last comment before the show was over, and I didn't realize it. Here I was talking to myself for a couple minutes before I realized what's going on. I mentioned his VP pick. And I think now Trump makes sure he gets even with people. And he clearly stated that he would never, ever pick Nikki Haley. Now, Nikki Haley, when she walked away with her last speech, she said that she wished Trump well, blah, blah, blah. She didn't endorse him, but she sort of extended the olive branch. But here's my point. There is a battle to get people who voted for her. A lot of people voted for Nikki Haley. She got 30, 40% in some of the states. Now, Trump would have won every state. He didn't win Vermont, but the reason he didn't win Vermont, and she did, it wasn't by much. In Vermont, Democrats are allowed to vote in the Republican primary.
Yep.
So I'm sure a lot of Democrats voted for her just to spite Trump. So Trump probably, if the rules were the same everywhere, he probably would have won every state. But now I hope he puts some thought into possibly considering her for the VP pick. Because if he brings her in, he probably brings in all of her votes too. And it's supposed to be a close election. I can't imagine it, but you have to be prepared for it. You got to watch your back. If he brings in her and all her voters that voted for her, he will probably help himself win, especially if there's going to be some cheating involved, which there probably will be. The Democrats are very confident they're going to win. And I don't know why they're so confident, because this guy has a 38% approval rating. So what do they have up their sleeve where they're sure they're going to win? There's something going on here. So I think you should take a better look at her. She did an okay job as governor of South Carolina. People liked her then. She was an ambassador. She has experience. The thing I like about her is she's a fighter. She's not my favorite for a pick, but she might be the best pick for him to get elected.
Okay, so
because she probably bring a lot of votes with her.
It just so happened, but that was right. We were right there at 5 a.m. yesterday morning when you said Nikki Haley for vice president, and I said I thought you were going that direction, but that's where we had to leave. And I was thinking to myself, I hope he didn't think I hung up on him because he said Nikki Haley for vice president. So I was thinking about that. We wrapped up the show, the song's playing here, and I'm thinking, is that a good idea or a bad idea? And I'm thinking, what was one of the first mistakes when we look back that we feel that Donald Trump did when he took office after winning in 2016? And I'm thinking, one of the first mistakes was he allowed some hangovers from the Obama administration. He tried to be, playing the olive branch president and bringing in people to surround him that he had no idea were a part of the swamp. and were actually just coming in to stab him in the back and
Right.
do every damn thing they could to bring him down. Could we, even if he offered Nikki Haley, I don't know if she'd take it, and if she did, could we trust that she wouldn't actually be in there doing everything she could, like the swamp, to make him fail?
Well, I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer to that. But it's absolutely critical that he gets elected. Now, there's a lot of good VP picks. You know, he could pick a half a dozen that would really, really make a good vice president. This Vivek, he's a smart guy. He's right on the ball.
Right.
But there's some people don't like him because he made a couple of smart remarks. You know, like Trump a couple times, and you can't find anything wrong with Kristi Noem. South Dakota has the lowest unemployment, no sales tax. She does a superb job of running that state. And DeSantis did a good job, especially during the COVID. He kept everything open. He was criticized for that. So there's what's his name? Scott, what's his first name, from South Carolina, and
Tim Scott.
He's 100% conservative.
Tim Scott.
But yeah, Tim Scott, nice guy, conservative guy, makes sense when he talks. You know, brought himself up by the bootstraps. But I think probably he would get slammed for being a conservative black guy because, you know, Democrats, that's against the rule. You know, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black, according to Biden. So he'd probably get a lot of criticism. I think he could handle it, but there's a bunch of them that would be a good pick. But it's about getting elected. And I should have looked up how many votes she actually got all total. I don't know what the number is. I didn't have time to look it up. But you have to consider the main goal is to get elected.
Right. And if all her votes go to Trump, we do have some numbers on that, but we have to pause there.
USA News Update. President Biden is announcing the construction of a port on the Gaza coast by the U.S. to facilitate aid delivery in his State of the Union speech. According to administration officials, Biden will instruct the U.S. military to lead the mission. Pressure from within his own party urging assistance for Palestinian civilians affected by the Israel-Hamas conflict has been mounting on Biden. Sweden has been formally accepted as a member of NATO. The Swedish Prime Minister traveled to Washington, D.C. Thursday to deliver the necessary paperwork for admission in a ceremony alongside Secretary of State Antony Blinken. United Airlines plans to reduce its pilot hiring pace. New hire classes will be put on hold in May and June, but are projected to recommence in July. The decision to pause hiring stems from new aircraft certification and manufacturing delays at Boeing, according to a memo distributed to employees. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We are back as we roll into a brand new day. As we get set for the weekend. It's a Friday. Top of the morning from Santa Claus, 52 in Sacramento, California. Actually have clear roads over Donner tonight. How about that? What a difference a week can make. They were buried in, 7, 8, 10 feet of snow last weekend? Okay, we said hello to Buckeye Boy. There's Gregory saying hello from Niagara Falls, New York tonight. Roy makes a good point. He said it was not a State of the Union speech. It was more or less a campaign speech. Yes, many commentators. That's the headline from Newsmax. Campaign speech. All right. Yeah, Rubber Duck, he said, good morning from the Home 20. Yes, that was a picture taken. It was Chappie's Sunoco in Detroit off Exit 11 on I-275. That's where they had the Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment Plus Winter Defense already blended into the fuel that you purchased there. Chappie's Sunoco in Detroit. All right, getting back to our conversation, I understand, Ranger, where he's coming from about it's about winning. Now, I think the odds of Nikki Haley are pretty much 0%. Because Donald Trump made it perfectly clear when he was out on the campaign trail that he doesn't want Nikki Haley's supporters. Well, that was his quote. But look at it. They just had an Emerson poll revealing the trend among supporters of Nikki Haley. Obviously, they're more inclined to vote for Joe Biden come November than Trump. The poll, released yesterday, said 63% of Haley supporters are now backing Biden following her withdrawal 27% intend to vote for Trump. 10% say they're still undecided. Of course, Biden immediately extended a welcoming hand to Nikki's supporters after she withdrew. Trump did not do such a thing. He made it pretty clear on the campaign trail. He said, I don't want Nikki Haley's supporters. I want to be clear. There is no place for them in my campaign. Now, it's Nikki who said she didn't endorse, but as Ranger said, she laying out an olive branch. It's now up to Donald Trump to earn the votes of those in our party and beyond who did not support him. I hope he does that. Now, at the best, politics is about bringing people into your cause, not turning people away. Survey from Emerson also said 52% of Haley supporters did indeed vote for Biden in 2020. Now, even if it was those same 50%, if Donald Trump were to get 50% of Nikki's voters, I don't know if is that enough or not, but that's kind of where we don't have hard numbers on how many votes for, say, how many millions that Nikki actually got on Super Tuesday. But
well, now wait a minute. You just said that these voters that are going to vote for Biden had voted for Nikki Haley. Well, are they Republicans or Democrats? If they're registered Republicans, unless they're in Vermont, they couldn't vote for Biden. They'd have to switch parties. So I don't know what that's all about, but let's just suppose for the sake of discussion that Biden is begging her voters to come over. And we know why, because it could be a close election. So he's actually smart. And Trump, if he was smart instead of spiteful, he would at least take a look at those numbers. Let's just suppose that 63% that go to Biden is the same number that Biden wins by. Now, how stupid would Trump look then? So it does bother me that she didn't endorse him. That's bothersome. She did say that she was cordial. She congratulated him, wished him luck, but she did not endorse him as opposed to Mitch McConnell. Now, Mitch McConnell and Trump never got along, but Mitch McConnell realized that if these Republicans, instead of fighting amongst each other, if they don't unite, we're in trouble. The one thing you have to admire about the Democrats, as wrong and as goofed up and as corrupt as they are, they do stick together.
Always.
And that's where the Republicans fall short. They fight within themselves. They make the mistake by not sticking together, not uniting, and they make the mistake of hanging on this abortion issue. That's where they lose voters. Leave the abortion issue alone. That's already been settled. It went to the Supreme Court. Just leave it alone, because Biden mentioned that. The right to life.
Yep.
Of course, they refer to abortions as women's health.
Care. Yep.
Now, what the hell is healthy about an abortion? I don't know, but it's a bad topic for Republicans. People are not as religious as they used to be. Even look at how many people we have lying under oath. It used to be you would be scared to death to lie under oath because you were going to meet your maker someday. People don't seem to care. Look at all these politicians, these prosecutors and DAs. They sit on the stand after taking an oath and lie. It doesn't bother them. So we don't have the standards like we used to have in this country. But the whole thing is to get elected. Nikki Haley is not my number one choice. She does have the experience for the position, unlike Kamala Toh. She was an ambassador. She was a governor. She has experience. What I like about her the most is she's a fighter. Even though she had no chance, early on, she was still fighting. And that's what I like about her. I would have felt better if she would have endorsed Trump, because that would have shown some camaraderie for him.
Or even have told, even tried to tell her support. If she would have even tried to say for those who, thank you for those who supported me, we must now unite around the party nominee. I implore you to support our candidate. That would have been an endorsement, but she didn't even allude to her supporters. She put the onus on Trump to woo them over.
Well, I wasn't aware that 63% of her voters were actually people that voted for Biden, which means, in my opinion, they must have switched parties to vote for her to try to screw Trump up, because that's the way Democrats operate. They do shady stuff. That would be a way, if they probably figured they might have been able to get her over the top and get Trump out of the way.
Right.
Now, they're probably just Democrats. So then the question comes, the other percentage that's left, what is that number? So if Trump did bring her in as a VP, whatever that number is, that's the number of people that he would get votes for if they're Republicans. Now, they might not like them, but if they voted for Nikki Haley as Republicans and not Democrats that just switched over to be spiteful to vote, they probably would vote for Trump. So then again, here's what's the number? And if Biden would win by that number, that if Trump wouldn't have been spiteful and wanted to get back at Nikki Haley for betraying him, what I'm saying is it would be a terrible thing for Trump to lose, and the amount of votes would have been the ones that would have came his way from Nikki Haley. That's my whole point.
Right.
I don't think she's the best choice, but she is a fighter. She does have the qualifications. But anyway, as luck would have it, now I thought this was all over, but another commercial has come on that just knocked me off the chair.
Uh-oh.
I've been talking on and on about this butt crack cream or crotch cream, whatever it is, that
right.
For somebody it stinks all over. They smear this cream all over themselves. Well, somebody must be buying that stuff, because just the other night, another commercial came on. Now, I have to mention the name of the product to make my point. I usually don't do that because that's free advertising for them. But no, something as ridiculous as this, it probably doesn't matter. Secret deodorant has been around for a long, long, long time.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of people use it. So you put it in your armpits and you go to work. So now, I guess to compete with this butt cream and crotch cream, they have came out with, and this is, I'm not making any of this up, this is absolutely the commercial. It's called Whole Body Secret. It's a spray, it's spray deodorant, but it's for your whole body, is what they claim. So it comes on, it shows this woman spraying it all over. But at the end, and in the commercial, the lady says, I realized I had other places other than my pits that need freshening. So at the end of the commercial, and again, you'll see it, I'm not making this up, there's an overweight black woman. She has this spray Whole Body Secret in her hand, and she said, you can even use it on your, and then she stops the sentence there. She pulls her waistband out on her. It looked like she was wearing either pajamas or stretch pants with the elastic waistband. She pulls the waistband straight out to the front and sprays this spray down into her pants. I swear that is the commercial, Steve. If you could bring it up on, that is the commercial. She sprays this Whole Body Secret into her pants. And I thought, what is this society coming to? Are there that many smelly people running around? So now I come up with an idea. You know Mike Lindell? He's got My
Sure.
Pillow, my socks,
towels,
my shoes,
yeah,
my sheets. So I have an idea for Mike Lindell. Mike Lindell could come out with my underwear. And my idea, since there's so many smelly people running around with smelly butt cracks, which I didn't realize, I guess there are, but I never realized that. I just take a shower and don't have to worry about it. So my idea for Mike Lindell, he's an entrepreneur, come out with a product called My Underwear. In the back of the underwear, and it could be male or female, doesn't matter, there'll be a little pouch. And in that little pouch, you take one of those Pine Tree air fresheners like you hang up on a mirror in your car, and you stick it in that pouch, and you put your underwear on. Then, every time you cut the cheese, it'll smell like a pine tree. So instead of people saying, "Oh my God, what the hell did you do? Eat a dead rat for lunch? Jesus!" They'll say, "My, that's a refreshing smell. Wonder what that is." Then you can say, "I just farted," because you got your little pine tree in your pouch in your Mike Lindell My Underwear. So that's my suggestion. Whether or not he wants to do it, that's up to him. And that's all I got. I'll see you later.
You can't make this stuff up. Would you call it a casual Friday? Grump, what do you say?
Well, maybe it wasn't deodorant spray or something she was spraying in her pants. Maybe it was Raid or something, killing them bloomer crickets or whatever the hell was down there. Who knows? It was just, But, look, Haley, at her best, was polling at 13% of the voters. So when you take a look at that, and you got 55 to 63% in that area of those voters were Democrat voters, actually voted for Biden, but they were looking at her as an alternative for two reasons. Number one, she's a lady. Number two, it was her stance on abortion. She thought that they would somehow, push back through some kind of abortion. She wasn't. She said that women ought to have a rights and things like that. So that was the reason. So when you look at the 13% and the percentage of that was actually, Biden supporters deep down. And the other thing that I was looking at too was Haley is, she's never seen a war that she wouldn't want to fight. Now she is in with that crowd of Lindsey Grahams and people like that, really like her and, that kind of thing. I know Graham endorsed Trump because he's kind of a smart guy and he knows Trump's, was way ahead and he'd like I don't know if he'd like be in the cabinet somewhere or what, but that was the reason, behind that. And a lot of her voters were uncommitted voters. Number one, she they didn't know who in the hell they were going to vote. It was a coin toss between her and Haley, or her and Trump. But she also had mentioned one time about floating a third party ticket, and that was another reason why she didn't waste her time on, I guess you could say it was wasting her time endorsing Trump, was the fact that if Manchin or one of them decides to go whole hog on this third party, that there's a strong possibility they could pull 18-20%, just like Ross Perot did. Ross Perot pulled 19.6%. Bill Clinton won on 42% of the vote. That's unprecedented for a president to for some to win an election with that kind of vote, that low, but that's what happened. So, it very well could come again. And if it does, are the neocons going to go with Haley? I don't think so. I think they'll stick with Trump, because most of those are really committed on their stance on abortion. They're of course they're white men, but they also, they just are dead set against it. So, it works both ways. It's Democrats and Republicans, but, I listened to that campaign speech of his. It's labeled as the, address the nation, State of the Union.
Correct.
But it seemed to me like that damn, Biden should have been charged right off the bat with violating the Hatch Act on that, because he, his sole purpose of that speech was to degrade and diminish the Republican Party. And this is, this is campaign year. This is not like it's, last year, year before, whatever. This, and you clearly cannot, and I mean cannot, discuss in your capacity, the opposition where it would be, harmful to them. As you can't go in there as an official, and that's exactly what he, the only reason he was up there is because he's president of the United States and he was in at full capacity. So I wish somebody'd bring it up, as a Hatch Act, But, when you listen to that crap that he kicked out there, I'm a numbers freak anyway. And I like looking at the percentages of things, Steve. And, he said, well, we've created 15 million jobs, But he did not say that 13.7 million jobs went down the crapper during COVID. So it's, it come back. And he also didn't say that there was 5 million that is permanently gone. Businesses closed and left because of COVID. Now, that was his stance on COVID right there. And he sat around here and he talked about crime. Crime has never been lower under his administration. It hadn't been lower under his administration because the dumbass 67% of the prosecutors they haven't prosecuted 67% of the crime. And Ranger mentioned there about, being a felony for illegals crossing the border. It's felony the second time.
Right.
The first time it's considered as a federal misdemeanor, which still carries up to 5 years in jail. But the second time it's upgraded to a felony. Well, there's guys that's crossed that damn border, people they know it 7, 8, 9, 10 times, and got sent back that many times. How much does it take to, they're estimating $2,500 a person just to mail their butt back home, to Venezuela and stuff like that. That's about what they're looking at. When you got somebody that's crossed that border and you've sent them back 10 times, hell, it'd be cheaper throwing their ass in jail and feed them, peanut butter sandwiches. I mean, maybe that would send a message, but I doubt it with this, with this bunch. But, it is. And, and home loans. Look at, this is something that I don't understand, and he stood up there and touted the greatest economy. We have the largest economy, not the greatest economy. And food prices are up 17.1% since this idiot took office. Home loans have declined by 23%. That's home sales, has declined by 23%. And, it just, Americans will listen to this speech, especially people that are uncommitted. They'll listen to it. They will not do it one damn bit of due diligence and see if anything at all that this guy has said is correct. They will not vet anything this man says, because they're lazy. They sit on their sorry ass. Now they'll get online and they'll look up every bit of Taylor Swift's life, and who she's monkeying around with right now and all this stuff. But when it comes to looking up the people that they're going to go vote for, they will not do it. You can ask them. They've had exit polls on that. Did you do any research on the person you're voting? No, I just recognize the name. And that's the way it's been with these politicians that's been in there 50 years. I mean, it's name recognition most of the time, or they're in protected areas. They just don't, they just don't give a damn. But, Katie Britt did a pretty good job. I listened to her speech. I thought there was times that she had too much emotion that she used in it, and I know in my old college days and, in public speaking classes that I take, that can be harmful to you. I mean, it's just, when you start using too much voice variations and you're trying to stress that fact that it's really, hurting your feelings or hurting you personally, a lot of times people looks at it and it just detracts from the message. All they're looking at is, something really bothers her, and they just don't. And Rolling Stones, I didn't pay any attention to that, but the Rolling Stones, I was just sitting here, while Ranger was talking, I was kind of looking up stuff and, different newspapers getting their respect on the speech right off the bat. Rolling Stone said that, commented on Katie Britt's, like she was trying out for a part for Grey's Anatomy or something, just for that very reason. She was putting too damn much emphasis on her emotional state. But, she's a smart gal. I think she's 40 years old, something like that. She's got a place in this country. And I don't know. But I've looked at it several times, and everything, and it's just crazy. And getting back to this Hatch Act thing, the pastors, church evangelists and people, they can't engage in any kind of political speech while they're in their capacity, or they'll lose their religious exemption for taxes. And it just, I don't understand why that the taxpayers is paying this moron to stand up there and to address the nation on the security of our nation and on the economic being of our nation, and he's going to stand there and do nothing but give a campaign speech. It just blows my mind. I don't know. I don't know where it's going to end at, but this is going to be a bloodbath of an election. And I honestly think Trump, getting back to Haley, I don't think Trump's going to pick her for anything. And I don't think he really cares about her voters. I wouldn't. Honestly, there was so many of them that was uncommitted, and so many of them that was, the only reason they were looking at her to begin with was over the Abortion Act. And number two, the second reason was, they couldn't stand Joe Biden, but they voted for him before. And they figured also that she's not Trump. She's given him the business. So, so many women can't stand Trump, or so many uncommitted. And that's another thing. They were so many of them that was women voters, that was uncommitted, but they were, they would vote for Biden again if she didn't come through. So it's crazy, man. I just these damn speeches like this, when you listen to them, and I couldn't make it all the way through Biden's speech. He just sounded like the angriest old coot there is. Like he just just woke up one morning and somebody peed on his favorite scarf or something like that, or he just miserable old man, and that's all you can make of that guy.
It seems like, everyone, all the conservatives got the same message. Everybody angry is what I'm seeing over and over again.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden is announcing the construction of a port on the Gaza coast by the U.S. to facilitate aid delivery. According to administration officials, Biden will instruct the U.S. military to lead the mission. Pressure from within his own party, urging assistance for Palestinian civilians affected by the Israel-Hamas conflict, has been mounting on Biden. Sweden has been formally accepted as a member of NATO. The Swedish Prime Minister traveled to Washington, D.C. Thursday to deliver the necessary paperwork for admission in a ceremony alongside Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
Fundamentally, the reason this is such a strong, powerful fit is because Sweden embodies and promotes the core values that are at the heart of NATO.
Blinken remarked during the event that the dynamic shifted significantly after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The inclusion of Sweden and Finland marks the most significant expansion of the alliance in decades. Former President Donald Trump says he's inviting supporters of rival Nikki Haley to join his campaign for the White House. USA's Ryan Daniels.
During her concession speech after the Super Tuesday elections, Haley said Trump will have to earn it.
It is now up to Donald Trump to earn the votes of those in our party and beyond it who did not support him. And I hope he does that.
On his social media platform, Truth Social, Trump said he believes much of Haley's campaign funding support came from Democrats. Already, Trump has received the political endorsement of the top Republican in the U.S. Senate, Mitch McConnell. Haley is expected to ultimately bend and give her endorsement for Trump before the GOP nominating conference.
The utility serving the Texas Panhandle is investigating whether their equipment could be responsible for the state's largest wildfire. Multiple lawsuits regarding that fire have highlighted a downed power line as a potential cause. Xcel Energy, in a statement, indicated that it seems their facilities were linked to the fire's ignition. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Parents are urged to store medications and supplements safely. CDC reports a recent surge in unsupervised exposure of infants and young children to melatonin. Between 2019 and 2022, almost 11,000 infants and young children visited hospital emergency departments due to accidental ingestion of melatonin. Researchers note an increase in adult melatonin use, which often lacks child-resistant packaging. Fed Chair Jerome Powell says he believes key U.S. interest rates can begin coming down sometime this year. He just can't say when that will happen.
We believe that our policy rate is likely at its peak for this tightening cycle. If the economy evolves broadly as expected, it will likely be appropriate to begin dialing back policy restraint at some point this year.
He said the Fed wants to move inflation further down toward 2% before bringing down interest rates. Daniel Rodimer, a former congressional candidate and pro wrestler, has surrendered in connection with a murder on the Las Vegas Strip. Rodimer turned himself in at the Clark County Detention Center Wednesday night following the issuance of an arrest warrant earlier that same day. The warrant relates to the November 2023 death of Christopher Tapp. Witnesses claim Rodimer was enraged at Tapp after he purportedly offered cocaine to Rodimer's stepdaughter during a party in a suite at Resorts World. And a Salt Lake City bar has sparked debate by implementing a no Zionist policy. The owner of Weathered Waves Bar says the policy aims to curb hate speech and emphasizes the bar's commitment to inclusivity across all religious beliefs. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regen, runs, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, heading into a Friday. As we kick off another hour, wanted to get back to Grump, but I wanted to switch gears briefly and maybe get his take on what the hell's going out there on the highways and the byways, and what is it with truck drivers and road rage these days. In this case, it was last Saturday, rolling down Interstate 75 near Ocala, Florida. Road rage turns into a gunfight. Drivers, according to the Miami Herald, it started when a driver from Chesapeake, Virginia, apparently threw a water bottle at another truck driver as they passed each other on the highway. The Virginia driver then continued to follow the victim, eventually pulled up alongside him, and they've got it on the dash cam video. You can see he points that gun out the window, fires several shots at him. The other driver that's being shot at rapidly decelerates to avoid being struck. The victim then returned fire toward the suspect out of fear for his own life. So you got two drivers rolling down the interstate. Good old gunfight at the OK Corral. The footage clearly depicted him shooting at the victim on two separate occasions. He also retrieved a second handgun and pointed it at the victim without firing. The 43-year-old truck driver from Virginia was found in Ocala earlier this week. He's now been charged with shooting a missile into a vehicle. That's an interesting description. Shooting a missile, aggravated assault, criminal mischief, displaying a firearm during the commission of a felony. Miraculously, no one, including the truck drivers, were hurt in the shooting there, though. Well, what the hell's going on out there on the highways? What kind of drivers is this?
Well, I'll tell you, it's what blows my mind about that whole story right there is the simple fact that it probably took 1,000 phone calls to the police departments or anybody to get them to respond. I was talking to a state trooper, like the speed limit in Missouri is 70 mile an hour, on I-70. And I was talking to a cop there, and I said, y'all writing a lot of tickets? He said, no, not really. He said, we're giving them, 75 to 80, in that area, 80 mile an hour. He said, get above 80 and then we start looking at you, things like that. But it's that, I guess it's that's how it's kind of turned on this country right now, is that the cops, number one, are scared. When I just read you that 67% of the violent acts in this country is not prosecuted. Well, they're picking and choosing different things to look at, and the training in this industry is null. It just doesn't exist. If you get out into a truck stop, Steve, if you speak English, you're a rarity in that place. I'm telling you that right now. And then you get these two idiots that are driving down the road shooting at each other. I had a guy today. Just literally today. He, coming down the road here in Georgia, I-75. You can't be over in the left lane. Trucks are prohibited in the left lane. And I'm running 70 mile an hour, and I'm passing a couple of trucks, and I'm in the center lane. This moron goes to the left in the left lane, and a car moves over in the left lane. He wasn't deterred. Hell, he went on the shoulder of the road and went around that car. And I'm thinking, you idiot, you know, do you not have brakes or something like that? That's what's happening out here right now. It's I've never seen such a display of recklessness in my life as what's, it's not just trucks, it's cars also. You know, people in cars. Hell, I had a guy out around Washington, D.C., you know, I'm going down the road and he, you know, got his hand on a gun, you know, going down through there. Do you call the cops or what do you do? You know, when I was coming through St. Louis there a couple of months ago, two guys were shooting at each other in cars. You know, just out of the blue, they just start blasting at each other. You know, do you call or what? You know, I chose not to call the police for two reasons. Number one, if I'd have called the police and it's on my dash cam that these fools are shooting at each other and somebody got hurt and I got to go in to testify, then, you know, with these MS-13 idiots and people like that, and I'm out on the road, hell, they find out everything about you, you know, and you know, I don't care about me. I'll shoot back at the bastards, but, you know, I don't want to leave my wife at home by herself and some idiot, you know, locate who she is or whatever through court papers. And it just, this country has fallen off the edge of everything, and it's just, there is no moral guidance anymore.
Mm-hmm.
There's no hell, when you got government trying to raise kids, you know, and you know, telling parents they, you know, they don't have the right to stop a kid from, you know, I'm talking about an adolescent, a young child from going from a girl to a boy or from a boy to a girl. You know, the parents have to stay out of it. But then look at what we got out here on the highway. You know, there's 47% of the trucks on the road right now are from people that are born outside the United States. You know, and this used to be, we had our knocks, you know, we had our black eyes, you know, from the 70s and things like that, you know, the White Line Fever and all these other movies and things like that, you know, that kind of stereotype truck drivers. But now people are just scared of some of the drivers. And I started to write an article one time of who's behind the wheel, you know, just naming who's behind the wheel, because you don't know. You don't know how long that person's been here. I was listening to two guys talking. One of them said his visa expired, you know, last year. He said, I'm still driving. You know, he's just going on, and, you know, he was talking to another guy, you know, and he's like, yeah, I'm not, you know, until they catch me, I'm going to continue to make money and do this, do that. Wow. You know, what have they got to lose? You know, you'd think that they would come over here with and be a cut above and want to shine, you know, want to be the best professional that they can possibly be and set some sort of an example on the highways. But so often, Steve, they bring their damn driving habits with them. You know, I drove in Germany, I've drove in Turkey, I've drove in Korea, I've drove all over the country, all over the world pretty much. And when you get to looking at some of the people that's driving trucks, I mean, literally, they'll knock you out of the damn way. They don't care. But it's and how many of these illegals that we have right now that are getting, you know, that getting court dates and stuff, and that gives them an authorization to work. How many of them are going to get their driver's license and stuff under these motor voter laws and all this other stuff, you know, in some of these states that, like New York, California, places like that gives illegals, you know, are they going to be driving a truck? Are they going to be interstate? You know, look at that mess that happened out in Colorado when that boy come off that damn hill and killed, right, you know, kill those people. It's, and I'm not just singling out, you know, foreign drivers. You know, we got our share of idiots out here. We, honest to God, do. And I was talking to, you know, I was sitting in a restaurant a while. I wasn't talking to them. They pissed me off, and then I started talking to them. But, you know, I was sitting there listening to two guys talk, you know, two good old boys. And they said, you know, I don't move over people coming off a ramp. I'll run their ass off in the ditch. And I said, how many have you done that to? And he said, what? And I said, how many people have you run off in the ditch? You know, and he clearly said, I run them off in the ditch. And he said, what are you talking about? And I said, you just said you run people off the ditch. How many have you been? You know, or are you just blowing smoke like most of you guys do? You know, I said, dude, I'm going to tell you this right now. I said, if I was to see any bit of that stuff like that, you know, happening, you know, I take this career seriously, just like I did the military and when I was a police officer. It's a profession. You act professional. But that's not what we got out here anymore. It's throw the license out here. When you look at the longevity of truck drivers, Steve, it's about 5 years. That's about it. And it used to be the average driver was, you know, 42 to 55 years old, in that range right there. We're getting a lot of younger guys, but they're still, you know, this is just a stop over to something better. So a lot of them don't really give a damn what they do. They hate the job. They hate being away. Then, they don't give a rat's ass what goes on. And then you get idiots like that's got to prove a point. They got to pull out a gun and start shooting at each other. Damn if it hurts anybody. You remember that moron over in Illinois that had that wrist rocket that he was shooting? He busted a window out of that van, and that cop was behind him, pulled him over. He got 3 or 4 years in the pen over that. This guy was a serial window buster. He just literally, minivans, people like that, he just did it for the hell of it. They'd pass him, pop, he'd bust their window. What kind of a mental nut is that's doing that? And they want to sign us up on, they want everybody to take a mental acuity test for getting a gun or something like that. Hell, I think they ought to have one for a CDL. It's just turned into what we see out here anymore. It's just the highways are full of road rage, and until we see signs up that says no tolerance on speed, let's cut everybody back to 65 mile an hour. Anybody run 67, 68, haul their ass to jail. Let them bond out of jail a couple of times. I guarantee you they'll be knocking it off. They won't be doing what they're doing. But there just seems to be no accountability anymore from behind the wheel. And what's insurance companies doing? Nothing. They help people. They'll take out insurance to go get their license plates, and the next thing you know, they cancel it. They're supposed to send a deal to the state, but right now the way everybody's money is, and everybody they're saying, well, hell, I can't afford insurance. All right, we'll get it as soon as you can. We'll leave you alone. We'll put it on a 30-day notice here. 30 days rolls around, they'll get insurance for a couple of weeks. Boom, get it. Do it again. I got a guy across the street from me. He's had 7 DUIs, 7 of them. And I said, how in the hell are you still driving? He goes, I don't have a license. It's permanently revoked. But he gets in the car and he takes off. And it just, I don't know. It's a scary thought right now that people are doing what they're doing out here. That, I can understand, I've always carried a firearm with me, for my protection, stuff like I don't give a rat's ass what's in that trailer. If somebody, starts taking it, that's up to them. But if they're going to bring harm to me, I'd at least like to have a fighting chance of getting back at them. But when it comes to morons driving down the damn road shooting at each other, and I've never seen tempers the way they are. Get out of the damn way. But you get guys that are tying up. Hell, I had 2 prime trucks a while back running door to door for 11, 12 miles, just door to door on the damn road. One of them wouldn't get off of it, the other one couldn't pass it. And now that's where the road rage and stuff comes. I said, well, you two idiots, just look at what you got behind you. Knock this crap off. And, well, he won't get off of it. I said, hell, he ain't trying to pass you, fool. Move over. But it just, this is what we're up against. And I don't know what the hell, what's going to happen. What are they going to do when they get speed limiters on all these trucks?
Right.
And there's a strong possibility that it's coming. It's not dead. I hear guys all the time, that ain't never going to happen. The hell it ain't. They said that about e-logs, didn't they? And guess what's, just went off. You probably heard it, just bing, But yeah, that's what we're up against. So I don't know. I'm glad I'm retiring next year, man.
Really, I am. About had enough. All right. Well, Grandpa, thanks for being with us on a Friday morning, brother. Be safe out there, and that's the take. All right, before we get a quick chime out and back to your calls. The House of Representatives this past day approving H.R. 7511. That is the Laken-Riley Act. It was a 251 yays, but 170 nays. Who would vote against this? Well, 170 House Democrats voted against the Laken-Riley Act. I guess Democrats hate Americans. This bill requires Immigration and Customs Enforcement to arrest and detain illegal aliens like Laken-Riley's murderer until they are removed from the country. Democrats don't care about your safety, apparently. Georgia Republican lawmaker Mike Collins urged representatives to vote for the bill. Obviously named after the 22-year-old University of Georgia student who was murdered by a Venezuelan illegal immigrant. That illegal who murdered Laken Riley crossed into this country on Biden's open border invitation. According to an affidavit that was unsealed, the barbaric savage who murdered her as she was out for a morning jog disfigured her skull. And Joe Biden, well, until I guess the State of the Union a few hours ago, Joe Biden hasn't even said her name. When he was down in Brownsville, Texas last week, recall, his border visit, he was asked, a reporter shouts out, "Do you bear any responsibility for Laken Riley's death?" There was no response. He simply turned and shuffled away. But 170 Democrats voting no to this. We get a quick timeout. We'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Picking up right where we left off there. So on the House side, H.R. 7511. That's the Laken Riley Act. That one passed. But again, with 170 Democrats voting against, there were, I should mention, there were 37 Democrats that did come across and vote with the Republicans. 37. On the Senate side, the previous day, another example, every day Democrats proving that the party has embraced lawlessness. Joni Ernst of Iowa sought a floor vote Wednesday of this week on a bill that would, just as the House, would require Immigration and Customs Enforcement to detain illegal immigrants who've been charged with a violent offense. Not jaywalking, okay? The need for such legislation highlighted by, as we're witnessing, the assault on New York police officers, the murder of a college student at the University of Georgia. Unfortunately, not everyone in the Senate saw the importance, like Ernst did. Her unanimous consent request was blocked by Senate Majority Whip Dick Durbin, completely halting it in its tracks. She fought for a vote on the bill, emphasizing the importance of protecting innocent lives from criminals who are currently in this country illegally. She tried to even quell the concerns from Democrats about the legislation, saying it would merely require ICE to detain, just detain, otherwise deportable illegal immigrants that are charged with killing or seriously injuring another person. She spoke of the namesake of the bill, Sarah's Law, Sarah Root, was a 21-year-old Iowa woman whose life was cut short in 2016 by Edwin Mahai, who was an illegal immigrant who was drinking and driving. Citing the Obama administration's November of 2014 memo on immigration enforcement priorities, ICE declined to take custody of Mahai despite his repeated driving offenses and a history of skipping court dates. He was able to post bail, never came to court. That guy disappeared, and he, to this day, is still a fugitive. What was it, a 16-year-old dead? And this guy's free. She also mentioned Laken Riley's murder last month. This didn't have to happen, but it's doomed to happen again unless something changes. But her arguments fell on deaf ears. Durbin claimed the legislation would, quote, in his words, this is the Democrat mentality, it would deprive immigrants of the due process that everyone is afforded. Now, his justification makes no sense whatsoever. The bill does nothing to deprive illegals of due process. It just works to ensure they are held accountable for their actions. That's something that is very lacking in this country right now. You know, when these criminal immigrants can simply leave the country, never to be seen again after being accused of violent crimes, rape, murder. I mean, where is there any justice for the victims? More concerned about the illegals. First, I know, I'm preaching to the choir. I digress. We'll get back to the callers coming up here. Who we got on board? I know folks been patiently waiting. Okay, I apologize. Have to catch up here. It is 844-844-3388. One other thing Grump did mention was, will there be a third-party candidate? Something may be in the making. The No Labels Party is moving to pick a candidate. Today, Friday, there is a meeting that's going to lay out a timetable for a presidential and vice presidential candidate. According to the Associated Press, about 800 delegates will meet virtually today. A selection process will be made public sometime next week. Now, we've said for months our movement plans to regroup shortly after Super Tuesday, evaluate the status of our 2024 project. That is the plan, according to the No Labels chief strategist. Now, candidates will not be chosen for the Unity ticket during this meeting today. It will not be open to the press as well. It is not clear who might be on the ticket. Nikki Haley said she's not interested in the No Labels candidacy. Joe Manchin here a few weeks ago said he's not going to seek the White House. I don't know. Are there any names that would possibly be big enough? I don't know. Are they thinking maybe R.F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy Jr.?
USA News Update. President Biden is announcing the construction of a port on the Gaza coast by the U.S. to facilitate aid delivery in his State of the Union speech. According to administration officials, Biden will instruct the U.S. military to lead the mission. Pressure from within his own party urging assistance for Palestinian civilians affected by the Israel-Hamas conflict has been mounting on Biden. Sweden has been formally accepted as a member of NATO. The Swedish Prime Minister traveled to Washington, D.C. Thursday to deliver the necessary paperwork for admission in a ceremony alongside Secretary of State Antony Blinken. United Airlines plans to reduce its pilot hiring pace. New hire classes will be put on hold in May and June, but are projected to recommence in July. The decision to pause hiring stems from new aircraft certification and manufacturing delays at Boeing, according to a memo distributed to employees. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Roki, checking in this morning via Facebook. Sharing the headline, illegal immigrant accused of killing Washington State trooper. Yes, that was this past weekend. A guy that was previously accused of domestic violence. Not only that, Roki, he had already been convicted of driving on a suspended license. He had been convicted of driving with no license. And the way he killed the state trooper was drunk and high on the interstate Saturday morning at 3 o'clock in the morning when he crashed into the trooper's car, killing him illegally in this country. And all those crimes that he had committed, that was my question. Why in the hell is he still here? All right, what else did he have to say here? There's Cripshot checking in from Newport, Kentucky. Hello, everybody. Concerning Biden and his demeanor last night, when do you recall him being so alert and having that kind of energy? If I had to wager a guess, what is the drug? Isn't Adderall a drug that you can take that really apparently makes you be able to laser focus on things and kind of gives you a bunch of energy? I would suspect they probably give him a double dose of Adderall to pick him up and focus. Morning, Pappy.
Yeah, they might have had a straight IV hooked right up to him, Steve. I don't know. Right beforehand. Hey, listen, man, did you hear this? There was a law that got to the Arizona governor's desk. This law was going to make it a violation of Arizona law to cross an Arizona border illegally.
And she repealed it, or vetoed it. Katie Hobbs.
She vetoed it.
Yes.
She vetoed it. And these people voted for her instead of Carrie Lake. Steve, I got a buddy of mine. In fact, he went with me down to the trucking show 2021, talk about road rage. Steve, I hate driving with this guy, man. He's one of these guys, you get in the car, he'll honk his horn, he'll flip his lights, he'll flip people off, get out of my way. And, Steve, people are on edge. This country's on edge.
Mm-hmm.
And like Grump said, man, you just don't know who's in the car next to you, man. What kind of day they're having. All realities being questioned, right, man? People are, you gotta maintain. We had to arrest a guy a few months back. Somebody flipped him off, coming up 74. He ran him off the roadway. And they had it on video because they had a camera in their car. Just because somebody flipped him off. He could have killed somebody.
Right.
Listen, Nikki voters are no Trumpers. These are your Republicans, swamp Republicans, and independents that are no Trumpers. They would never vote for Trump. So I don't think.
So even if she was on the ticket, as the vice president, they're never Trump.
No, they're not going to vote for Trump. I think and Steve, here's the thing, man. The first time around, he learned the hard way, man. You called it. She's a swamp rat. She cannot be trusted. And he knows that. That would be a big mistake. You would see a lot of MAGA people coming out and saying, what the hell is he doing? You can't compromise your principles just to get elected. I remember a few months back, there was a lot of Republicans saying, hey, maybe we should change our tune on abortion. We're losing too many elections. Sorry, man. You can't compromise your morals, ethics, principles to win an election. It's not the way to do it. Hey, on to the State of the Union tonight, or State of the Delusion, I guess we could say. Man, Steve, I was just looking at all these people in the audience thinking, these people, these so-called elites, these are the people that's running our country, man. I look at Chucky Schumer, dude, he creeps me out, man. I'm sorry. He just gives me the creeps, man. Bunch of lies. Did you see the House Speaker? Were you able to watch any of it, Steve?
The wife had it on, but the audio wasn't up. She was on the phone, so all I could see was, everybody up and down. There, so.
Man, if you see the House Speaker, he's just shaking his head.
Yeah,
he's
right.
trying to be respectful. You can see it, but he's almost rolling his eyes, shaking his head. All these lies that Biden spewing out, man? Straight out lies. It could be debunked, Steve. When he was talking about the prescription medication with the insulin and stuff, Steve, that was under the Trump administration. Man, gas prices are up 42%. Grocery prices are up 25%. Credit card debt's up 47%. And then he wants to come on in there and saying, now we got to control these banks, from having late fees from $30. I'm going to make it down where they can't charge no more than $8.
Right. Yep.
Steve, why is credit card debt at its max? Why are people unable to pay even the interest on their credit cards? He's killing mid-America, man. People are maxing out their credit cards just so they can eat. He doesn't want to throw that out there, though. Man. And then he wants to talk about the crime. They'll look right in the camera, man. Try to change our reality. Crime's low. Law enforcement is up. Are you kidding me? Steve, they're trying to tell us that law enforcement is up as far as employees when we can't find and hire anybody, and a lot of departments has got to lower their standards just like the military does to hire people. Old saying, man, if you got the facts, you pound the facts. If you don't have the facts, you pound the table. And he was an angry old man up there pounding the table tonight. That's all he was.
He's trying
crime rate's low, but you got to stick to the National Guard on the subway in New York City. See, let me talk about this real quick, and I'm going to get off here.
Okay.
This is what these people do. Everybody thinks, it's such a good thing that they're putting the National Guard in the subway. You got your average Joe coming down the ramp. Step right over there, sir. We're going to check your bags. We're going to do a body cavity search on your wife. And then you're free to go. It's the strings they pull, Steve, to try to take our rights away from us. Rather than solving the problem, arrest the people, put them in jail, and keep them in jail that are committing these crimes. They want to punish the average person. That's all I got. Have a good night, Steve. I'm polishing buttons, rolling cigarettes.
Kelly Week's almost over laundry. And still hadn't the bun's still in the oven, huh?
Yes, sir.
Oh boy.
Back to work for the weekend.
As soon as you go back to work, what do you bet, right?
Yeah. Yeah, what's the chances?
Yeah, that's the odds. Yeah, it was Katie Hobbs, Arizona governor. You can't make this stuff up. All this happening just this week. Yeah, Arizona's Democrat governor, Katie Hobbs, vetoing the Republican-backed bill, which would make it possible for police to arrest illegal border crossers. And this is the message over and over. Why do Democrats seem to side with these people who are entering the country illegally over and over again? I mean, what kind of message does that send to the American citizens? Fox News report, Katie Hobbs vetoing the Republican-sponsored bill that would have authorized police to arrest illegal immigrants, saying that this is an anti-immigrant bill. Katie says it wouldn't be constitutional. The veto was criticized by Republicans who say the bill would have helped curb the crimes that are being linked to illegal immigration in the Grand Canyon state. It was called the Arizona Border Invasion Act. It would have been a misdemeanor crime for anyone to illegally cross the border at any location other than a lawful port of entry. There is a reason there are lawful ports of entry. It would have made it a felony for illegal immigrants who cross the border after being deported, as well as those who've been ordered to leave the state but refuse to comply. Local, county, and state law enforcement officers would have been granted authority to arrest those sort of individuals. Anti-immigrant legislation to score cheap political points has no place in our state, says Katie. Where she vetoed the bill. How about the people of Arizona? Are you angry? Yeah, should you be? I mean, yeah, you had the option, Katie Hobbs or Carrie Lake. Night and day. All right, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Send Your Heat Wave is back. Mr. Brain Dead, if you can hang in there, it's back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes. Happy Friday, TGIF. Send Your Heat Wave. Yes, you did not get very far with your angry man impersonation.
Well, I did get one response. Gilligan asked me if I was all right. But I mean, that's what I'm trying to get. You know, someone that's supposedly acting lucid and collective, and all of a sudden turns into a stark raving idiot. People are going to question it, and that's exactly what we've seen. He's up there, and I'm not going to scream it out. He's griping about his cookies being smaller than what they were and getting charged more for it. He's not getting his allotted number of peanuts in his Snickers bar.
Yep.
And, he's griping and complaining that he can't make lemonade with the lemons he farts out. I mean, really? He wants to be known as the party of the illegal aliens, the party that will kill babies right up to the day of birth. And even after birth, just let them die peacefully. Well, what's peaceful to us has got to be hell on them. It's saying that he's built up all these jobs. And it's like Trump said, no, they just came back from the COVID shutdown, and you may have added some, but like Trump said, there's others that are gone forever. So he really, I didn't listen to the campaign speech. I figured I would get the Cliff Notes on Sean Hannity's show, and I did. And it's just an absolute embarrassment, especially putting that port in the Hamas area to help out the Palestinians. And it's like saying, yeah, we want Israel to win, but we're going to build a port to supply, your enemies.
Correct.
And maybe get food to the civilians. The first ones that are always hurt are the civilians. And those are scared of Hamas because they're afraid of what's going to happen to them is what's happened to all the hostages Hamas has gotten. So, until you can get the populace there to change their mind and to stand up and put their big boy pants on, they're not going to, they're just going to be sheep led by the wolves and devoured. So anyways, well, I'm up here in Lost Wages trying to figure out how to get to my next city, La Mirada, California. Been running into some rain here and there. I was leaving Phoenix, and I mean, it just absolutely come down a pouring. I think Noah would have been proud. His ark would have actually floated because they got so dadgum much rain. But yeah, that's really all I wanted to do was, give out the old crazy man, my impression.
Right.
And it's like I said, don't attempt to do this at home because I'm not even an expert at it. So, I wanted to clarify that to you and to the others and the folks that listen to the show later on in the day. That was my impression of what I have heard. And I'm sorry, it is just amazing that people will still vote for Joe, even though they say the economy is crap. Their life is a whole lot worse than what it was under Trump, but they won't vote for Trump because he hurt their precious feelings. Well, all I could say is, let me get my phone here so I can beat myself up. Let's see here. Yep, it works. So just them and the horse they rode on. Hey, that reminds me. Has there been a list of the top 10 cities that cussed the most this year, like there was 2 years ago?
I haven't. I'm sure there is, but I haven't seen it yet. I'll let you know when we come across it. I believe it was Eskimo Mom. Yeah, Eskimo Mom. She sent this my way and said, I don't know if this qualifies as a Dumbass of the Week nominee, or was it just a prank gone awry? But it happened on Tuesday of this week. Students and faculty evacuated from a Kentucky high school after reports of a strong gas odor in the building. The Oldham County High School resource officer reported the strong gas odor little after 11 o'clock in the morning. According to the Oldham County Police Department, police and area fire departments and emergency medical responders showing up at the high school to assist with the evacuation. Firefighters who entered the school determined there was no gas leak. It was later determined the reported odor originated from a liquid substance in or around two separate trash cans. Authorities cleared the odor from the school, and students and staff were allowed to return to class. Medics evaluated approximately 7 students who reported discomfort. No students required additional medical care. All returned to class. Detectives assisted the school resource officer in determining that the cause of the strong odor was a non-toxic concentrated liquid product commonly advertised online for use in pranks, a.k.a. fart spray. A 17-year-old female student was identified as the suspect, who apparently poured the liquid in the trash cans. It's still under investigation out of just a little prank. Fart spray. I've seen some funny videos, people using that stuff. In one case, it was a trucking team, and one of the truck, I guess the co-driver had gone in into the truck stop to get something to eat. And, the driver, he's obviously putting it all on for a YouTube video, and he gets out the fart spray and sprays it a little over there, sprays it right over where the other guy's going to get back in the seat. He comes out, and this truck driver, obviously he can't eat. I mean, dude, he said, what the hell did you eat last night? My God. Had to say this. That's funny stuff. It's 844-844-3388. You ever pranked Dingbat with a little fart spray there, Brain Dead?
So much for Taco Tuesday substitution with burritos.
Uh-huh.
Toxic Hell, they could capitalize on some of that. But, where do you start tonight? Where do you start? Do you see the blurb I sent you about A1 towing is back in the news headlines again? Did you see that?
Yes, indeed I did. So, they're finally trying to do something about them?
No, they damaged this guy's truck big time from doing the whole booting and towing thing. And there's one story I saw that I couldn't find again to send to you. But now the federal government is now investigating our friends at A1 Towing. Would you like to know what these idiots did, Steve?
Lay it on us.
They decided to boot and tow illegally a mail truck.
Uh-oh.
Uh-huh. So if I was this owner, I would either put out a going out of business sign, because when you piss off one form of government, they're going to bring in as many other friends as possible, and they're going to go up your butt with the periscope to find any little wrongdoing from back when you decided to put diapers on. I mean, you know it and I know it. Our friend Dean Michaels at the tax doctor could also verify that too with the IRS. So, did you see that over the week about that girl out of Iowa State? She scored, what was it, like 4,000 career points, and everybody was comparing her to Pete Maravich. Did you see that?
I saw the headlines, but I didn't really pay much attention. Yeah, as in female sports. But let me pause there. I apologize.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. President Biden is ordering the U.S. military to establish a temporary port in Gaza so more humanitarian aid can get to Palestinians. The administration saying the U.S. military has unique capabilities that allow it to construct a port or causeway without having to send forces to Gaza's shores. Congress is expected to take up a bill aimed at severing the popular social app TikTok from Chinese government influence. Wisconsin Republican Congressman Mike Gallagher introducing the bill and discussing it on Capitol Hill.
The basic ownership structure has to change. That's the message we've heard from every single national security official in the Biden administration right now. It's why we have such strong bipartisan support.
Sweden has officially joined NATO after decades of neutrality following World War II. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken welcoming the Swedish Prime Minister to the White House Thursday and extending his congratulations.
Today, we have fortified the shield against aggression. We brought more people under its protection so that together we can focus on the real work of delivering for our people.
The House of Representatives voted to pass the Lake and Riley Act, which promises to give state governments more power in dealing with the growing surge of illegal immigrants in the United States. New York Republican Congressman Elise Stefanik tells Fox News Republicans believe more needs to be done to secure the U.S. southern border in order to save American lives.
This is very important for us to continue to show leadership where Joe Biden has failed. And this border is a catastrophe of Joe Biden's doing, and it's leading to the loss of innocent lives.
The bill was named after a Georgia college student who was recently killed by an illegal immigrant. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Philadelphia police have found the car they believe was used in Wednesday's shooting in which 8 kids were injured. Philadelphia Police Deputy Commissioner of Investigations Frank Venor spoke about their response to the attack.
Philadelphia Police responded to 7300 Rising Sun Avenue for a report of multiple people shot. When the officers arrived, they found 8 juveniles shot at that location.
Philadelphia police believe they have one of the victims remains in critical condition after being shot 9 times in the torso. Police are asking for the public to come forward with any information they have on the shooting or the gunman. In Arizona last year, Republicans attempted to pass a bill which would have codified fetal personhood, but Democrat Governor Katie Hobbs vetoed the bill. In a press conference, the governor is now asking members of the state legislature to pass a bill that guarantees access to contraceptives.
I am once again calling on members of the legislature to do the right thing and pass the Right to Contraception Act. This is a common sense step we must take to protect access to this critical reproductive health care tool.
NASCAR drivers are continuing their West Coast swing after Las Vegas last weekend. This week, the drivers in Phoenix for the Shriners Children's 500. Green flag drops on Sunday just after 12:30 p.m. Pacific time. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Got everybody on the same page here, right? Welcome into a Friday, TGIF. As indeed we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. We're trying to get our first Dumbass of the Week nominee up. Yeah, Braindead brought up A1 Towing, the story I had from CDL Life. He may not have seen this one yet, but because it occurred yesterday, apparently. The City of Memphis Transportation Committee voting to temporarily suspend the permit for A1 towing. Obviously, after a slew of complaints from truckers about their practice. I mean, the latest, according to WREG, Memphis City officials voted unanimously this past day to suspend the towing permit of A1's towing for 30 days for ordinance violations related to their tow and storage fees. This is the second suspension issued to the notorious tow company. Back in late November of last year, they issued a similar 30-day suspension after multiple complaints from truck drivers and carriers about the excessive fees, illegal booting, towing practices. They say, obviously, as we know, A1 has been frequently in the news over the past year, booting or towing semi-trucks from truck stops in the Memphis area, then charging thousands of dollars to release the vehicles. They made headlines earlier this week when an employee attempting to tow a semi from a Memphis truck stop on Monday night allegedly threw a bag of human feces at the driver of the truck during an argument. That truck driver then remained in his truck overnight to keep it from being towed. He later said that A1's employees tried to enter his cab and vandalized his vehicles during the overnight hours, leaving him fearing for his life. So that is separate from, I guess you said that they actually illegally towed a mail truck. Okay.
Yeah, the mail truck was about 2 weeks ago, I think.
Okay.
The dingy one can correct me on that, but I'm thinking it's about a couple weeks ago they did the mail truck, and I remember seeing it, and I can't find it now to send it to you, but yeah, they sit there and say that they're abiding by the city laws. Okay, well, you have to remember something. You're under the DOT regulations because you have a DOT number. So you not only have to comply with the city laws, but also federal and the state laws. You just can't go by off of one, because what would have happened if the DOT came in and said, "Hey, sorry, we're revoking your authority, and you can't reopen your tow company back up." Yeah. See, now I see why the feds are sitting there investigating them too.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, let's go back to the young gal here. Now, granted, I'm gonna say this before a lot of women get mad. I'm not downing her and her achievements. Yes, she is one heck of a basketball player, but she's not the greatest college player of all time, like everybody is is hyping her up to be. I mean, you look at Pete Maravich, Pistol Pete Maravich. He had to sit out the first year of eligibility as a freshman because of the NCAA rules at the time. Then on top of that, he played the next 3 years, averaging 44 to 45 points per game with no shot clock and no three-point line. I'm sorry. I think Pete Maravich should be having about 45 or 4,700 points right about now, if you want to get that technical. But just for giggles this morning, Steve, yesterday morning, I was talking to Eskimo Mom, and I got a wild hair up my butt to go look at Ritchie Brothers auctions. You know, Ritchie Brothers is selling off all of the yellow equipment, right?
Right.
Just for giggles, I wanted to see what I could buy. You know, and remember the story of when Yellow folded, they said, well, you can get $800 million for all the equipment. And I told you straight up, somebody was smoking the good stuff.
I recall.
They're selling the single axle trucks. I saw the Hammer fall at $6,700 and $5,500.
Wow.
I saw a trailer, 48-footer, but a trailer that's about 10 years old or maybe a little bit more, sell for, are you sitting down for this, Steve? $5.
$5?
$5.
Wow.
The dollies, the brand new dollies, the one they spent with the Trump money or the COVID money, are selling for $110. I kid you not. So if we're going to get our money back and then some, obviously we're going to have a long way to go to get that $800 million. What do you think, Steve?
Well, you called it. You did say at the time they're smoking the crazy stuff. I remember that. They ain't going to get nowhere near what they speculated.
No, and they still got more auctions going on. But this is the first round. This is the first round of what they got going on. And this was at the Ritchie Brothers in Denver, Colorado. So if you want to look it up and verify, obviously that person needs a major drug test done to it. But, help me out, Steve, real quick before I forget. Did you see the Democrats, the re-election campaign for Biden are now scrambling to put out the major fires going on with Trump's poll, since Nikki Haley dropped out of the race? Did you see that?
I don't think I did.
Well, see, they're comparing it to a 5-alarm fire. But now, Steve, if I was Biden, wouldn't I be concerned about going downstairs? Bottom me.
That's a tough time going up the stairs. I know that. All right. Have a good weekend, Brain Dead. Let's see. Casual Friday. And we do indeed have Dumbass of the Week nominees. Yeah, he shares, of course, story number one has to be a Florida man. Almost inevitably. A Florida man arrested last month after admitting he sent a bomb threat to himself to get revenge on someone, according to the criminal complaint. 20-year-old Kyle McHenry told police he received the following emails. Number one, there's a bomb on your grandma's or grandpa's property. Number two, I'm going to break in your house and shoot you in the blanket head. Number three, I'm going to kill you. Watch me. He called Fort Myers police on February 22nd to ask why they hadn't arrested the person he accused of sending the threats. McHenry admitted to sending the emails after detectives told him that filing a false police report is a crime, you know. Police asked McHenry if he sent the email to himself, to which he replied he did. He said he posed as another person and sent an email to himself in order to get revenge on them. Now, indeed, charged with making a false report to police, fraud, and misuse of false evidence. He told detectives he made a mistake. Well, I guess you did. And you're wasting the time and the resources of those law enforcement officers. I think this is the guy, Brain Dead, nominated for probably the best of the week, the dumbest dumbass. A man facing charges of attempting grand theft auto after trying and failing to steal a self-driving taxi in downtown L.A. Saturday night. 33-year-old Vincent Maurice Jones got into a fully autonomous Waymo car just after it dropped off a passenger. About 10:30 p.m. Saturday night. Got into the driver's seat, but obviously the theft didn't go according to plan. He tried to put the vehicle in drive, but could not manipulate the controls. A Waymo representative was then able to speak to Jones remotely via the car's online communication system, told him to get out. When he did not, the representative called police. Jones did not follow the instructions, and the representative contacted police, who arrived and arrested him. Didn't say whether he'd been charged yet or is still in police custody. Waymo, in a statement, said, an unauthorized pedestrian entered one of our vehicles Saturday night in L.A. as a rider was exiting. After communicating with the individual, instructing them to exit the vehicle, our support team contacted police, who were able to remove and arrest them. No injuries reported by the rider or damage to our vehicle. Now he's facing attempted grand theft auto, punishable by up to 3 years in prison if he's charged as a felony and 1 year if it's charged as a misdemeanor. But when it comes to the self-driving vehicles, they've got cameras inside, outside. Someone behind a computer can stop the vehicle, can disable the vehicle. What kind of dumbass thinks he could steal an autonomous vehicle? Well, we have a winner! 33-year-old Vincent Maurice Jones.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And we get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. See what's happening with 5-7. Copy the mail.
Yeah, well, not for the Joe Biden political speech. I want to commend all the drivers that actually sat through that. I guess you too, even watching it. But catching up just by guys calling in and talking about it. When Trump and Ranger was talking about Nikki Haley and Trump, and never going to happen. Well, yeah, you know, you got to go back in the past and start looking. You know, of course, Megyn Kelly, you know, him and Megyn Kelly had a pretty big rip, and it didn't take long. Megyn Kelly started seeing the light.
Yeah.
And went in and talked to him. They made right. Now she's had a bad reaction to the jab. And when these women started getting losing their scholarships and their opportunities over transgender women in sports, she turned. I don't know. She's super conservative now. So I don't think Trump would have a problem with her. You know, in the past, he would have thought so. The big one. Who would ever think that Trump and Ted Cruz would share the stage and be that cordial? Because, and I think that had a lot to do with Paul Ryan stirring the stink, because the swamp wanted to get Jeb Bush and all. So I figured that's what they were doing. They threw something out that Ted Cruz said something about Trump's wife. Trump said something about Ted Cruz's wife, and that's what it was, back and forth. And it got pretty hostile. But you know what? They're tight now. Hey, you know, all you have to do is work it out with him. I don't see him as revengeful as people are saying he is. So I think Nikki Haley can still fight Haley. She was there at the UN. She fought for our country and for the Trump administration. And I mean, she put them boys, she pinned their ears back, you know. So I got to give her that.
Yeah.
What is the job of a vice president? I mean, just as long as she supports her boss, which is the president. I mean, you don't have to worry about her doing a Mike Pence on it, and you know, about the election, I guess. Maybe might you would be in the position of saying yay or nay if the elections don't look right. Maybe that's something you got to look at. I don't know. I want Ramaswamy. I think I'd like to see him in, but no, you can't just. Hey, I think Trump has learned from last time. He's going to have a lot less backstabbers than he did in his first administration.
Right.
And you remember he tried to do that. Everybody's trying to pledge thing, and everybody went freaking on him. So yeah, hey, I won't surprise me if Trump gets into office and it's all his kids in every cabinet and every office. Somebody he can be sure that they ain't going to stab him in the back. So, other than that, hey, you have a great weekend, and it's 5-7, heading on into Savannah for the second round.
All right.
Be down.
And you do the same. Thank you very much. Yeah, we are less than 2 weeks away. The Mid-America Truck Show coming up, Louisville, Kentucky. We'll be there with the whole Hot Shot Secret team and so much more. If you pay attention to booth numbers, we're at booth number 12036 there at the Kentucky Exposition Center. I'm not sure if we're in the same location as we were a year ago. I do believe Kyle said something about we've actually had to expand the booth again. A bit larger. Had a big booth last year, but continuing to grow. Booth 12036, March 21st through the 23rd. That'll be a Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And I did see our old buddy Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, said something about he'll be there. Looking forward to meeting us. All right, he and the as he puts it, the hot blonde wife, planning to come up for a visit there in Louisville. All right, looking forward to that. Good deal. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. CJ checking in here. Heading up to Holly, Michigan on this casual Friday. Wanted to give a big shout out to Hot Shot Secret for becoming one of the newest sponsors for our Buckeye State Pedal Tractor Pulling League. I saw that yesterday. I didn't know that was brand new. For those who are not familiar, it's a great program for the Buckeye State. And my kids had a lot of fun competing in the last few years. So I want to say thank you again to Hot Shot Secret. Happy Friday, everybody, and have an awesome weekend. Yeah, I saw some of the photos there. The pedal pulling. Pedal Tractor Pulling League, as they call it. Okay, good time for the kids. And it's 844-844-3388. All right, what do you say here? Eagle chimed in on this here a couple nights ago. And it was the old Charles Barkley thing. This past day, I guess Charles has really pissed off a lot of African-American men. Black supporters of Donald Trump are lining up after NBA legend Charles Barkley said he wanted to assault them. It was on the CNN program last weekend where he was reacting to Trump's recent claim that more and more black Americans are sympathizing with him because of his interaction with the criminal justice system. Even said black Americans wearing T-shirts with the mugshot to display their support for the former president. Barkley's reaction was, quote, "If I see a black person walking around with Trump's mugshot, I'm going to punch him in the face." Barkley's co-host, Gayle King, kind of rebuked that. Said, you can't say that. He explained if he were arrested as a result of the assaults, he'd bail himself out of jail and celebrate. You know, like, I got the money. I ain't going nowhere. Well, turns out black Trump supporters are not intimidated by Barkley's words. Many responding by challenging him to make good on his threat. Just a few of the responses via social media. Number one, quote, anyone seen Charles Barkley? I heard he's looking for me. Yeah, I grew up in the you hit me, I'm going to hit you back era. That was a conservative activist, Zeke Arkham, as he was wearing his MAGA hat and his Trump mugshot T-shirt. Representative Wesley Hunt of Texas says Charles Barkley fell into the media's trap by taking a 2-hour speech from President Trump out of context. One thing I can guarantee you, when you see Wesley Hunt sporting the mugshot, Sir Charles won't be punching this combat vet in the face. Yeah, some used some, language we can't use on the air. Dominique McGee says, F Charles Barkley. I just heard what he said about me. F you, biatch. I'm not hard to find. Again, Dominic McGee. Next, okay, Charles Barkley, where do we meet? I can book a plane ticket while I'm on the air. Sirius XM radio host David Webb. Larry Elder, yo, Sir Charles. There's a term for this. It's called assault and battery. Charles Barkley, what are you about to do? Says another black Trump supporter wearing his mugshot T-shirt. Last one, tell Charles Barkley, come to Texas. I just want to talk, said another black Trump supporter. And we'll be right back.
USA News Update. President Biden is announcing the construction of a port on the Gaza coast by the U.S. to facilitate aid delivery in his State of the Union speech. According to administration officials, Biden will instruct the U.S. military to lead the mission. Pressure from within his own party urging assistance for Palestinian civilians affected by the Israel-Hamas conflict has been mounting on Biden. Sweden has been formally accepted as a member of NATO. The Swedish Prime Minister traveled to Washington, D.C. Thursday to deliver the necessary paperwork for admission in a ceremony alongside Secretary of State Antony Blinken. United Airlines plans to reduce its pilot hiring pace. New hire classes will be put on hold in May and June, but are projected to recommence in July. The decision to pause hiring stems from new aircraft certification and manufacturing delays at Boeing, according to a memo distributed to employees. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what else? Friday, TGIF. Good to have you on board. Get back to the phones momentarily. Got to get some weather updates. A quick reminder once again, in the event that you missed it earlier this week. Yeah, this is for those Mid-South drivers. If you're going to be traveling between Memphis and Arkansas, pack some patience and plan for an alternate route for an extended period of time starting this Sunday, due to the fact that the I-55 bridge will be closed for 2 weeks, starting at 8 p.m., again this Sunday. According to the Tennessee DOT, obviously the main detour is going to be folks looking across the Mississippi River. It's going to be the I-40 bridge, which will have an exponentially larger amount of traffic. So again, pack your patience. This closure is one of several the Tennessee DOT has enforced as they look to complete the repairs on that I-55 bridge. Starting this Sunday and for 2 weeks, going to be some travel headaches crossing the Mississippi. All right, back at it here on a Friday. There's Eagle. Morning, Eagle. How we doing?
Yeah, how you doing, Steve, brother? Yeah, I wasn't going to talk about Barkley, but since you had to say something about that, I want to chip in. As you know, I was raised in hell a couple of nights ago before I get the Joe Biden deal. Hey, let me say this, Steve, because you know how I am, and I don't bite my tongue about anything. Hey, Charles Barkley, brother, I'm down here in Florida. I live down here in Florida, my man. Come down here in Florida and try to take it. You see me walking around with a Donald Trump hat on, a shirt, I dare you to come and take it off of me, my man. I promise you, it'll be the last time you try to do anything to anybody. Like I said before, like I told you 2 nights ago, Steve, Charles Barkley need to do what he do best, and that's keep running his mouth on television. And as my grandfather used to say, he gonna write out a check that his ass can't cash. That's basically what Charles Barkley gonna do, because he gonna run into the wrong person one day, and he gonna flap that mouth, and somebody gonna bust him right in his mouth, and he gonna end up with no teeth in his mouth. So my advice to Mr. Barkley is keep politics off of NBA television, my man. Talk about the NBA. Don't talk about Donald Trump, because I'm pretty sure Donald Trump doesn't like Charles Barkley either. That's all I got to say about that loser. Now, let me move on to this other situation, Steve. I have never been so appalled in my life what I seen tonight on my television, Steve. The Democrats now people see why the United States is on a downward spiral in the toilet bowl now called America. Can you believe that, Steve, that I actually heard Democratic representatives from Congress and the Senate saying 4 more years? Can you believe that?
Absolutely.
4 more years of Joe Biden.
Right.
Can you believe? Did you hear that tonight, Steve?
Absolutely. Yes.
That's a damn shame. That's a damn shame that those people would stoop that low. I would be embarrassed, Steve, to show my face on television saying 4 more years of what Joe Biden is doing to America. Now you see why we have to get that man out of the White House, because these people actually think that Joe Biden is doing a good job by keeping the border open, by letting in terrorists, by letting in diseases, by letting in God knows what the hell is coming in across that border. Now he's flying them in, Steve. Like you said a couple of nights, it's bad enough he letting them walk across the damn border. Now he's flying them in the damn country. Can you believe that, Steve?
Only under this administration. Like you've said before, I never in my lifetime thought we'd see this kind of stuff happening in this country.
Well, that's just disgusting, Steve. For those Democratic people to say 4 more years, and you know what really made me sick tonight, Steve? I thought I had seen the last of that wicked witch of the West when she left the Speaker of the House to head back to San Francisco. You know who I seen on my television tonight, and it almost made me throw up, and that was Nancy Pelosi. I thought that she should be outlawed from even stepping into the damn the Senate building. She shouldn't even be. I'm ashamed that a low-life piece of garbage, a criminal like her, is allowed to show up something like. You see, so people see what the state of America is. I know what the state of America is right now, and it damn sure ain't what Joe Biden was talking about tonight. I promise you that. So I can't tell you what Joe Biden need to do with that bill, that border bill. I can't say it on the radio because it's against the law what I would say. But Joe Biden, nobody's gonna sign that bogus bill that you got, my man. You talking about you gonna bring in more border agents to get the time down from 6 years to 6 months. You ain't trying to get no time down. He don't give a damn. He's gonna let as many people in this damn country as he can get in, Steve. This guy here is the biggest liar, phony that's ever stepped foot into the White House. And one thing I want to know is, I tell you what people need to be wanting to know is what the hell did they pump into Joe Biden tonight to get him to stand on that stage for an hour? Yeah. That's what the hell I want to know is that what the hell did they pump this man up with? How many injections did they get that man? Or maybe it wasn't Joe Biden. I don't know who the hell it was, but I wasn't expecting Joe Biden to stand on that stage for an hour and flap his mouth about nothing. But he got through the whole deal, but he still embarrassed himself, Steve. Still embarrassed himself. And the person that the person that gets the gold medal of the night, Steve, and I've always talked good about her, and that's MTJ, Marjorie Taylor Greene out of Georgia, brother. She represented Donald Trump and the Make America Great people great tonight when she stepped in there with that Donald Trump hat on, Donald red hat on that she had tonight, and she confronted that loser Joe Biden about that girl that got killed in Georgia that he's responsible for. I appreciate her because she's one of the few people, congressmen, that actually represent that state that she come from and ain't afraid of a damn thing. So I congratulate her, and she's on my list for Donald Trump as vice president too. I still want Greg Abbott to get that job, but Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's more than qualified to be the vice president of America. I promise you she'll do a better job than that loser Kamala Harris. And speaking of her, Steve, every time she's nothing but a paid sellout anyway. Every word that Joe came out of his miserable mouth, she had to stand up and clap for absolutely nothing. She's sitting there every time the idiot says something, she stands up out of her chair and claps. But Johnson, he did a good job tonight, Steve. He showed you should have seen the look on that man's face. I don't know if you've seen the deal. He had total disgust in his face all night long listening to Joe Biden. He almost looked like he wanted to get up out of that chair and walk the hell out of there. And that's probably what would have been the best thing for him to do is get up out of that chair and walk out, because what Joe Biden was talking about was absolutely nothing. And it's embarrassing. People all over the world seeing what this man had to say. Joe Biden, he had the perfect opportunity, Steve. I want you to ask me this question right now. Joe Biden, if Joe Biden really cares about border security and securing the American border, he had the perfect opportunity tonight on national television with millions and millions of people watching to say that the border is now closed. Nobody enters America unless you are properly vetted, and we check you out from head to toe, and we know who the hell you are before you step foot on this American soil. He had plenty of opportunity to do that, and he damn sure didn't do it. So anybody who think Joe Biden care about America, you got your answer right there. He don't care about America. And like I said, anybody who votes for Joe Biden, you're just as dumb as he is. You're just as stupid as he is. There's no reason in nobody's mind, Steve. I'm not going to waste my time arguing with nobody. You can say that Donald Trump has a nasty mouth, that he's a racist, that he doesn't he hurts people's feelings. I don't care. Donald Trump made America great, and Joe Biden is tearing it down. Like I repeat, did you hear Joe Biden say tonight, Steve? Did you hear Joe Biden say anything about making America great again tonight? I damn sure hear. I listened to every word that came out of his mouth. He didn't say a damn thing about making America great again. So my message to Joe Biden is, like Donald Trump said, Steve, I'm going to use his word and I'm going to continue using it until November. Like Donald Trump said on that television show that he had a couple of years ago. He said, Joe Biden, you're fired. Get the hell out of the White House. You're not getting the job done. Let somebody else take over. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
You're fired. Yes, indeed. The Apprentice. All right, before we get to some of the other trucking issues, the situation in Haiti. U.S. government officials say the country could officially fall at any moment. U.S. government officials growing alarmed that the Haiti National Police could begin to crumble within hours was word yesterday. That a long-planned multinational mission led by Kenya to provide reinforcements may not be enough to save the country from a complete descent into gang control. The outgunned Haitian police have been battling a united front of gangs, losing key firefights. Now a potential power void and a collapse of the Haitian government that's already faced a skeptical public risks undermining whatever morale is left of the police force. How many of them are going to be willing to die to protect? Well, that's the whole idea. There's nothing left. There's no one to be in charge. U.S. officials told McClatchy News the government could fall at any time. If the Haitian National Police dissolves as an effective counterforce, if we see the airport or the presidential palace fall, it's over. The Biden administration moving urgently trying to expedite the deployment of a multinational security support mission, or MSS, that's been in the works for over a year. The country of Kenya has pledged to lead the mission and committed 1,000 police officers to the effort last fall. But the force size of the Haiti National Police, they say, is orders of magnitude less than what they need. Adding 1,000 more boots to the ground, even if they're well-armed, well-trained, and deployed immediately, will probably not meet the demand of what's going on there. Now, they do say, if you were wondering, the Biden administration has ruled out contributing U.S. forces to the mission. Pentagon leadership fiercely opposed to any deployment. The situation at Port-au-Prince remains extremely fragile as sporadic attacks have continued. All flights in and out of Haiti have been canceled. Remember the day before yesterday, U.S. authorities were telling any U.S. citizens or personnel, get out right now if you can find a way out. I guess there are no flights coming in and out. If you could make your way to the Dominican Republic border of the island, U.S. citizens would be able to cross the border there to maybe find a way to fly back to the United States. It's a mess there. Where does that end? And obviously, it's going to be a downright humanitarian crisis. These people, which for many, many decades have suffered lack of food, lack of water. And that's right on our back door, as we know. Back to the calls ahead. Knucklebuster coming up next, after which clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Discussion of will it be the end of TikTok in America? It's been in and out of the news for several years. We kind of highlighted the irony of the Biden administration banning TikTok from any government devices. But yet on Super Bowl Sunday, Joe Biden is on TikTok bitching about shrinkflation, I recall. But the update, the latest is TikTok's days could be numbered in the U.S. after the House Energy and Commerce Committee unanimously advanced a bill this past day that would require TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, to divest the app or face a U.S. ban. Introduced by Representatives Mike Gallagher of Wisconsin and Raja, or whatever her name is, of Illinois. Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary-Controlled Applications Act. This bill aimed at mitigating national security concerns over whether the Chinese government has access to all the personal data of the millions of Americans who use TikTok. Frank Pallone of New Jersey, ranking member on the committee, raised concerns over how rushed this process has been. Because this bill was issued Tuesday. The bill passed with no issue after a Thursday morning classified hearing prior to the vote. Classified hearing. Well, what did they learn? TikTok vehemently denies that they possess national security risk, but they are owned by the Chinese parent company. They say the legislation comes to an unfair, predetermined outcome, a total ban of TikTok in the United States. Statement here. The government is attempting to strip 170 million Americans of their constitutional right to free expression. This will damage millions of businesses, deny artists an audience, and destroy the livelihoods of countless creators across the country. I mean, I hear those sort of things, but it's not like TikTok is the one and only. There's many other options out there. You can post videos on Facebook. You can post videos on YouTube. Now, there's no doubt a lot of that is censored. You've got Instagram, you got Snapchat. Why does it seem like this would be the end of the world for those big guys? Either way, ahead of yesterday's vote, TikTok sent messages urging their users to call Congress and oppose the bill. The notifications warned users to stop the TikTok shutdown, that Congress is planning a total ban of TikTok. Now, lawmakers in support of the bill have pushed back on that allegation, since the bill allows TikTok to continue to be used if ByteDance divests it. It's as simple as that. Get it out of the Chinese Communist Party control. Republicans on the committee also said the notification push to users highlighted their concerns about the app's reach. The committee chair, Kathy McMorris Rogers of Washington, accusing the company of using its influence and powers to force users to contact their representatives. While this bill has widespread support within the committee, now it still faces some outside opposition, being pushed by lobbyists from groups like the American Civil Liberties Union, the Knight First American Amendment Institute at Columbia University. They say this would infringe on free speech. I'm just not confident this will actually sidestep the free speech concerns that have been raised with previous attempts to ban TikTok, according to the director of the Tech Policy Institute at Cornell University. Now, ByteDance has said they will not divest TikTok. She says, so I have no reason to think they would exercise that option. If they're not going to divest, it's kind of bleed back down that same road of a ban in the United States. A ban would likely be viewed as unconstitutional based on some of the recent legal challenges to various state TikTok bans. I don't pay a whole lot of attention, but I guess some states have actually already banned TikTok. Okay. Knucklebuster, happy Friday.
Happy Casual Friday to you, Mr. Steve Summers. I heard you say I apologize earlier. Would you say it again, please?
Lord, I apologize.
Well, you can tell you've been married a long time because you apologize for no reason at all, Steve. All right. Well, Charles Barkley, he better be careful what he wishes for. I guarantee somebody going to wind up showing him he ain't the baddest thing walking around there, right?
Right. Yeah.
If you believe the Bible, if you believe the Bible tells you that men will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, right will be wrong and wrong will be right. So that's what we're living in right now, right?
Upside down world.
What's the acronym? Yeah. What's the acronym ELD stand for?
Electronic logging device?
Right. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. That clock just keeps right on ticking, Steve. And people are getting stressed out over a stupid clock. That's just crazy. That you would actually want to run over somebody, shoot at somebody, all because tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. And I ain't talking about that tick-tock Chinese company either.
Yeah.
What was that tow company's name?
A1.
A1. All right, well, I'm going to read you a message I received from the vice president of my company today. We're based out of Memphis, and we have 115 trucks. He said, going forward, no parking anywhere in the Memphis area. If a customer tells you to go park somewhere and they will call you, come back to the yard. You will be paid for your time. This includes North Mississippi, Collierville, Bahia, Olive Branch, South Haven. Also, Casey's Express, which is a convenience store, got a gravel lot on it there, right there on the Tennessee-Mississippi line, right outside of Collierville. Off of Wingo Road is forbidden. Do not even stop there for a drink or to use the restroom. You will be booted and towed.
Wow.
Thank you. And, yep, that's crazy. You might as well just, I don't know what people's going to do. I read today that Peyton Manning and Bill Belichick are trying to team up and be a sportscaster analysis there, Steve. What do you think of that combo?
That'd be interesting, but hold the thought.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance. Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden is announcing the construction of a port on the Gaza coast by the U.S. to facilitate aid delivery. According to administration officials, Biden will instruct the U.S. military to lead the mission. Pressure from within his own party, urging assistance for Palestinian civilians affected by the Israel-Hamas conflict, has been mounting on Biden. Sweden has been formally accepted as a member of NATO. The Swedish Prime Minister traveled to Washington, D.C. Thursday to deliver the necessary paperwork for admission in a ceremony alongside Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
Fundamentally, the reason this is such a strong, powerful fit is because Sweden embodies and promotes the core values that are at the heart of NATO.
Blinken remarked during the event that the dynamic shifted significantly after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The inclusion of Sweden and Finland marks the most significant expansion of the alliance in decades. Former President Donald Trump says he's inviting supporters of rival Nikki Haley to join his campaign for the White House. USA's Ryan Daniels.
During her concession speech after the Super Tuesday elections, Haley said Trump will have to earn it.
It is now up to Donald Trump to earn the votes of those in our party and beyond it who did not support him. And I hope he does that.
On his social media platform, Truth Social, Trump said he believes much of Haley's campaign funding support came from Democrats. Already, Trump has received the political endorsement of the top Republican in the U.S. Senate, Mitch McConnell. Haley is expected to ultimately bend and give her endorsement for Trump before the GOP nominating conference.
The utility serving the Texas Panhandle is investigating whether their equipment could be responsible for the state's largest wildfire. Multiple lawsuits regarding that fire have highlighted a downed power line as a potential cause. XL Energy, in a statement, indicated that it seems their facilities were linked to the fire's ignition. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Parents are urged to store medications and supplements safely. CDC reports a recent surge in unsupervised exposure of infants and young children to melatonin. Between 2019 and 2022, almost 11,000 infants and young children visited hospital emergency departments due to accidental ingestion of melatonin. Researchers note an increase in adult melatonin use, which often lacks child-resistant packaging. Fed Chair Jerome Powell says he believes key U.S. interest rates can begin coming down sometime this year. He just can't say when that will happen.
We believe that our policy rate is likely at its peak for this tightening cycle. If the economy evolves broadly as expected, it will likely be appropriate to begin dialing back policy restraint at some point this year.
He said the Fed wants to move inflation further down toward 2% before bringing down interest rates. Daniel Rodimer, a former congressional candidate and pro wrestler, has surrendered in connection with a murder on the Las Vegas Strip. Rodimer turned himself in at the Clark County Detention Center Wednesday night following the issuance of an arrest warrant earlier that same day. The warrant relates to the November 2023 death of Christopher Tapp. Witnesses claim Rodimer was enraged at Tapp after he purportedly offered cocaine to Rodimer's stepdaughter during a party in a suite at Resorts World. And a Salt Lake City bar has sparked debate by implementing a no Zionist policy. The owner of Weathered Waves Bar says the policy aims to curb hate speech and emphasizes the bar's commitment to inclusivity across all religious beliefs. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, so it's a Friday. Hey there, final hour. What do we have? Steve in Columbus says, good morning, Mr. Summers, all the listeners out there. Yes, Friday's upon us, and it took long enough to get here. Looking forward to what we hope's a nice, relaxing weekend. But it looks like the weather's going to be kind of a sloppy one. Got the coffee ready, the car's warmed up, time to head into town, see what Friday brings us. Everybody enjoy the day, enjoy your weekend. I got a message from, who sent, I think somebody sent this my way. It might have been Larry. I think Larry up there in the Northeast. Here's, they had a massive fire. They haven't identified who it belonged to. Out of New Jersey, Williamstown, New Jersey. Here this past evening, firefighters battling a massive multi-alarm fire in South Jersey. Flames broke out about 9:30 p.m. Thursday in Williamstown. The view from Chopper 6 captured the raging flames shooting from a large warehouse. Officials say the fire reached 3 alarms. Action News has learned the property was up for sale. They don't divulge again who or what it was. No injuries reported. Cause obviously is under investigation, but they'll be looking into that. Now, Lord, I apologize. I had to put Knucklebuster on hold there, so 2 apologies in one morning. You know, you can go back to your boss, I guess, and tell him that this A1 has been suspended from towing for the next 30 days. I don't know if he wants to go back and forth on don't park and do park and all that, but they got suspended yesterday for 30 days.
Well, that's a good thing there, because they ripping people off there, right?
Big time, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure he already knows that. He stays on top of that news around the metro there.
Okay.
Is this a hot mic, Steve?
We are live.
Yeah, okay. Well, old Biden, he got caught on a hot mic tonight. He joked about being cognitively impaired after the State of the Union address there. I got a headline on that just a few minutes ago. I think that's pretty funny. There's a lot of people who think he's just pulling the wool over everybody's eyes with an axe about being stupid and stuff there. Well, did you know today is National Peanut Cluster Day? I'm not a peanut fan anyway, so we ain't talking. Well, I guess I am on the cartoon character there. But tomorrow is a National Get Over It Day, and I'll have to carry Tennessee out and get some national crab legs there tomorrow, too. So I'm looking for a scantily clad senorita, and if you see one, you call me as soon as you can. I'll be right over there, right?
Okay.
And we'll finish up with we'll finish up with Peyton and Bill in the booth against Sportscasters. I think that'd be a pretty good combination, but it's real hard to beat Howard Cosell and Dandy Don Meredith, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Couple years, Steve. Turn out the lights, the party's over. All right, you can take me out of here. Have a great weekend, buddy. Good show going on. It's been a pleasure talking.
Thank you. Have a good morning, good weekend. Heads up, it's a few days away, but we like to give advance notice so you're prepared. Arizona officials planning a special commercial vehicle safety enforcement blitz along I-10 this month. Mark your calendars, March 19th and 20th. An annual concentrated commercial vehicle safety enforcement detail will take place at the I-10 Ehrenberg Port of Entry. It's at the mile marker 3.5 off eastbound I-10 near the California state line, they tell us. According to the Arizona DOT, the commercial vehicle blitz, part of their annual enforcement effort called Operation Full House. More than 50 commercial vehicle enforcement inspectors will be part of the detail. During Operation Full House, inspectors will target commercial carrier regulation compliance, including driver qualification, hours of service, and overall safe operation. Officers will be on the lookout for moving violations, distracted driving, seatbelt violations, all while conducting commercial vehicle inspections. March 19, 20th, I-10, right there at the Arizona state line. We're talking about the crazy things when I was conversing with Grump a bit earlier. People in this country, what's wrong with people? The wife half of a husband-wife driving team has been hospitalized after being hit in the chest by a chunk of concrete thrown off an overpass in Los Angeles on Wednesday. This was along the 101 freeway in Los Angeles, California. According to the CBS affiliate, the semi-truck was passing beneath the Santa Monica Boulevard when the windshield shattered and the wife was hit in the chest by the concrete. The husband side of the duo, Tony O'Hines, said, "My wife was driving under the freeway over here. She saw some guy standing on the top, and he hurled this, holding it up to the windshield. I guess he was in the sleeper. I came forward, and she was covered in glass. Had to help his wife slow the truck down and get it on the shoulder before he could call 911. She was taken to the hospital. Current condition unknown. No further info about her injuries has been released. But Tony said, this is ridiculous. I don't know. Why do people do these things? California Highway Patrol said the investigation is ongoing, but could have been a lot worse, right? She could have died in an instant, and who knows how many others might have been impacted from a big truck rolling down the interstate at highway speed. Just people out there. What's wrong with you? So when Nikki Haley made the official announcement there Wednesday morning, immediately media outlets trying to get response from others, and Ron DeSantis was one that they had reached out to, and he said, well, we pretty much saw this coming. He says, quote, she waged a campaign on the idea you can somehow win the Republican nomination for president by getting the votes of mostly just non-Republicans. That just does not work. We, meaning his campaign, we saw that play out in Iowa. And I said at the time that she didn't have a pathway. She, again, going back to Iowa, she thought that she would be able to garner enough votes from the non-Republicans. Well, with a Trump-Biden rematch a foregone conclusion now, DeSantis put his focus on the current president, saying, now we are in a situation where Republicans are staring down the barrel of a President Biden who is clearly not up to the job. As for Trump, he told the crowd at a campaign speech, Mar-a-Lago, success will bring unity to the country. So, just some of the statements that were made earlier this week. See what Brother Rambler has on his mind here on a Friday morning.
Well, good morning, Steve, and hello, all fellow listeners out there of the Overnight Drive, and special shout out to my old buddy Rick friend, diehard Cincinnati Reds fan. Love you, brother. Praying for you, brother. And God, don't need to know, any of your business. God knows what you're going through. All you need to tell me is that you need prayer, and this old boy right here, I pray for you. God bless you, brother. Steve, it's good to see you. And look, May 29th, I'll be married May 29th, I'll be married 20 years. I know that very word. I'm sorry. Now, I tell you what my wife used to say to me, and I didn't get it until one night I'm driving down the road, and it hit me out of the blue. I used to say that same phrase, I'm sorry. Then she would say, I know you are, now apologize. And that just went over my head, never did get it. And she'd always say it to me, and I'm just going down the road, didn't have nothing on my brain, and all of a sudden it hit me. Like someone slapped me across my face. I say, wait just a minute. I'm not a sorry individual. I called her up. I woke her up. I'm like, hey.
You sorry good for nothing, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm not a sorry individual. I treat you like a princess. I said, your family says that your dad spoiled you. I think I spoiled you worse than your daddy did. God rest his soul. But no, Buster, that scripture says, and 2 Timothy chapter 3, starting in verse 1, it says, this know also, that in the last days perilous times shall come, for men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection. That means homosexuality. Truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasures more than lovers of God, having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. From such turn away. And Isaiah chapter 5 says it best. The times will come, they will call the bad things good and good things bad.
Yep.
We're living in them times already, Steve, already. And I love Grump's call a while ago also. I've been, Lord Terry's, and I'm still here. June 24th to make 26 years I've been holding on to this steering wheel. And, Steve, I can honestly say I never forgot where I came from. When first time I got, besides being in the truck with dirty diapers, his truck wasn't governed. The first time I got in a truck in truck driving school in Gulfport, Mississippi, off of Creosote Road. And I saw firsthand that truck was governed and that the motoring public did not know it was governed. 90% of the motoring public do not know that these trucks are governed. And just like I forget the caller who called up before, all these people out here care about is what new song Taylor Swift's doing, what new tour's going on. They half of them probably don't even know really who the president is. So if they don't know who the president is, or who's even running for president, they're not going to even know anything about trucks being governed or anything like that. But I always, Steve, when I saw a four-wheeler coming off the exit ramp, if I could get over, I always got over. And them two idiots talking and that truck stop talking about I'll run them off in a ditch, that is pure stupidity. And all it is, we already got a black eye. I remember you read the story about this time a year ago that the Parody Saturday Night Live was doing about truck drivers throwing pee bottles out the window and taking people, this, that, and the other, making fun of the truck drivers. I mean, come on, we already got a black eye in this society. At least we could do is try and shape our own image.
Mm-hmm.
Is at least move over and let the four-wheeler on, because they don't know. They don't have a clue. And another thing, I don't care if it's a Swift, I don't care if it's Prime, if they're nice enough to let me over and there's a line of cars behind them, I don't go drag racing down I-65. No, I always be nice and courteous. You let me get on this interstate, I'm going to back out of it. I'm going to let you get on ahead of me and that line of cars so we don't hold them up. And as soon as you get ahead of me, I'm going to flash my lights, let you get over. And we're going to let that line of cars go. And then when I see it's clear, then I'm going to get out in that left lane and I'm going to pass you. And that's only courteous. And you got a bunch of, well, I ain't going to say that on the air. Male unit heads that will not. Well, that's a nice way of saying it, Steve.
Gotcha.
That they don't care. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. They don't care, and they just don't care. They have no clue. They don't care. I called the other night talking about my experiences in New Orleans, and even when I was down there in Metairie and here, Cub years ago, when Gilligan would pick on me, talking about I'm wearing shorty shorts down there on Bourbon Street, yada, which Pappy did drive the car, and we did smoke some pretty good devil's lettuce down there. I'm joking about that, God's children. But that part I'm joking about. The part about to this day, because I was one of the first O'Reilly trucks that when they gave the clearance to go into the city, I was going down Shift Mature Highway with a National Guard patrol, and they have the blue light. There was four National Guardsmen in that Humvee. And Steve, I promise you, even when I went back years later doing that route, I could still, because it was the stench of death. I mean, a lot of people died in that city, and here's what gets me about that. They left out the 76 miles of Mississippi that got totally wiped off the face of the map, especially past Christian and Waveland and Bay St. Louis and all that down there. We have a store in Waveland, Mississippi, that if you was to go in there, you go into that store in Waveland, Mississippi, and ask the manager to take you back to the back and point to the rafters. They're still at the top of the rafters in that store in Waveland, Mississippi, a line of dirt where that's how high the water got and blew the roof out of that store. I mean, it was bad. The storm surge got that high over in that part of the country. And, Katrina really did. I mean, the wind itself didn't really devastate. It's what blew that barge loose and poked a hole in that levee that flooded Chalmette and flooded almost every part of New Orleans you could think of. So yeah, there was a lot of the folks got killed in that, and somebody, Steve, they never even been recovered. To this day, they're still missing people. But yeah, I mean, it was an awful stench. I mean, awful. And we ain't talking. That's just New Orleans. Slidell, they got hammered hard. I mean, really, really hard. So, and of course, they had the prefab bridge there forever. When the I-10 bridge got blown to pieces, they had the little prefab bridge that every time you got on it, and made all that noise and scared you half to death, thinking you're going to go into Lake Pontchartrain. But that being said, I'm glad the city's come a long way. Army Corps of Engineers, they did a good job, everything like that. So hopefully next time that city gets anything going like that again. Well, they just got tested. What was the name of that hurricane here 1 or 2 years ago? They hit and just devastated it all over again. And, they got pretty good tests and they passed it. But still, that's just nothing will ever compare to what Hurricane Katrina did to that area. But, Steve, I know we're running short on time. Want to invite everyone. You got a chance to, looking for a church you go to. You're like, well, this church hurt me, that church hurt me. Well, you got one church here that loves you. That's Determined Ministries Church. We go live at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time right there. And you get to see an old balding fat guy with a big old beard and glasses preach the word of God. And it does come from the Lord himself. And, I'm not out here to hurt no one's feelings, but I will not sit there and twist the word of God to make you feel good. I'm not a tickling ears or nothing like that kind of preacher. Whatever God gives, it gets preached. Praise God for that. But come on and join us at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time. We'd love to have you. And comment and be with us. And there's another show, and I always say it after we get done. Another show that comes on at 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern. Steve, what's the name of that show?
None other than the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. And if you would, Brother Rambler, remind first-time callers, we offer a $60 voucher. I haven't had a first-time caller probably in the last 2 weeks. What's going on out there, brother?
Steve, I say it every Sunday. I tell our parishioners, I say, call Steve Summers up, and normally the Dipsy driver in the comments, he'll put your number. I've got your number, written down, so I can just reach over there and grab it, read it off on the air to our parishioners. And I always tell them, I say, look, if you call Steve Summers and say, I watched Determined Ministries Church, and he said to call you up and you get a voucher, that's not going to get it. You have to be a first-time caller. And let Steve know that you did hear about this on Determined Ministries Church. So you be a first-time caller, and you get that free $60 voucher. And before I go, Steve, can I just add one more thing? Guess what? I ain't fired up my lawnmower since before Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, I went out there. The battery I got from O'Reilly's for 2 years ago still gets strong, and guess what? I fired it right up, no spitting, sputtering. My tiller, my Craftsman tiller, I'm going to be tilling a few rows this weekend to plant some bell peppers, some squash, and everything like that. I went out there, pulled that cord, fired right up, no spitting, sputtering. You know why? Because of Sta-Bil. Sta-Bil is true to its word, and I'm a user of it. You could bet your bottom dollar if you use Sta-Bil for your equipment, when you fire it up after 6 months of no use, no spitting and sputtering. And God's children love it, just not another four-letter word. There's something you have to do, or something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler loves you, and I do, have a great weekend. God bless you.
Thank you for chiming in here on a Friday. There you go, Brother Rambler. Okay, who we got? We'll get back to the calls coming up here. First news break just ahead. And as he mentioned, Sta-Bil, that's for over 60 years. Sta-Bil's been the go-to additive. As you said, if you're storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that may be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years. And at the same time, combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. So whatever it might be, store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And quick reminder, if you'd like to order online, the website is goldeagle.com. You can get 15% off your entire order of products there by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden is announcing the construction of a port on the Gaza coast by the U.S. to facilitate aid delivery in his State of the Union speech. According to administration officials, Biden will instruct the U.S. military to lead the mission. Pressure from within his own party urging assistance for Palestinian civilians affected by the Israel-Hamas conflict has been mounting on Biden. Sweden has been formally accepted as a member of NATO. The Swedish Prime Minister traveled to Washington, D.C. Thursday to deliver the necessary paperwork for admission in a ceremony alongside Secretary of State Antony Blinken. United Airlines plans to reduce its pilot hiring pace. New hire classes will be put on hold in May and June, but are projected to recommence in July. The decision to pause hiring stems from new aircraft certification and manufacturing delays at Boeing, according to a memo distributed to employees. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, as our friend Rick in Columbus often likes to say, round and third, headed for home on a Friday morning. In the news, Sweden formally ending their long history of quasi-neutrality this past day as they signed articles with NATO in Washington. Sweden, now the 32nd member of the alliance, the second new joiner in a year's time. Sweden, like Finland in April of last year, has joined the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Of the official signing of the instrument of accession with the U.S. State Department, as represented by Anthony Blinken, took place with the Swedish Prime Minister in D.C. yesterday. The U.S. State Department is the depository for the Treaty of Washington that founded NATO in 1949 and consequently is the body which signs up new members. A similar ceremony took place for Finland last year. They both applied to join NATO in the wake of the invasion of Ukraine, fearing a resurgent Moscow looking covetously on its neighbors. So Sweden's addition to NATO completes, to some extent, what is called the NATO Lake of the Baltic Sea. Now, every state bordering the Great Water is a NATO member except Russia, which has its ports of St. Petersburg and Königsberg on the sea. Now, Finland's membership was processed quickly. Sweden had kind of butted heads with various NATO members in the past. It took time to persuade several countries, predominantly Turkey and Hungary, that they would be a positive new member. But it's official now, all right? As we get back to the calls, and do I see something about maybe first-time caller?
Hello.
Hey there. Who we got?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm Chad from Greensboro, Maryland, but I listened to you out of Seaford, Delaware, since you started here a couple months back.
Is that the voice of Delmarva by chance?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yes.
Absolutely. And I heard you guys talk about you hadn't had a first-time caller, so I figured I might as well be that first-time caller.
Well, thank you very much. All right. So I guess if you've listened for a while, I guess, are you familiar with Hot Shot Secret? Have you ever tried the products? Because we're going to hook you up.
No, I'm good. I'm a company driver. I haul feed. We feed chickens here on Delmarva. We got a lot of them. So,
well, you
can give that to somebody that needs an owner-operator or somebody.
Well, you've got a personal vehicle, right? You got a pickup truck or an automobile. I mean, Hot Shot Secret covers all the bases. Yeah. Yep. So you got a diesel or gas vehicle?
Oh, gasoline now.
Well, what you do is I'm going to get you.
But yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'll get you a code, but you get you a bottle of the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. That goes in the oil. Then get a bottle of the Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme for the gas side. It's going to clean everything out on both the gas and the oil side. And one of these days you can call back and tell us, hey, I tried this stuff. You won't believe how much better my fuel economy is and how much, that's the object is to get you to try the stuff.
Yep, no problem. I guess I'll take it. But I just want to say, I don't know, man. I like all your normal callers there. Everybody calls every day, and it's pretty entertaining when you drive around at night by yourself. And I gotta say, Eagle is something else, man. He's like a rock star. I love listening to Eagle.
So feeding the chickens, huh? Feeding the chickens. What's the word?
Yeah, we feed a lot.
What's the word?
Go ahead.
What's the word on the avian flu? Has that? I haven't seen much in the headlines. Is it calmed down, or is it still?
Not much. Not much here, not in Delmarva. I mean, it'll shut Delmarva down if we ever get it bad here. There's in Sussex County, Delaware, where the radio station's actually from. That's where I work out of. There's more chickens per square mile than anywhere in the country. Like the integrator I work for. We're feeding about 15 million chickens.
Wow.
At any given time, and we're the smallest complex on the shore. We have Purdue, Tyson, Mount Air, Amick, Allen Rim. There's 5 integrators on the shore, and we're the smallest of them. So, there's 100 million chickens easy.
Wow.
Without even thinking about it. Probably twice that. Yeah, but I haul about 175 tons of chicken feed a night.
That's a lot of chicken feed.
Like I said, we're the smallest complex.
So what's the time
It
frame?
is a lot of chicken feed.
Do you know what's generally, if you're aware? I mean, from a hatchling to the time it becomes a chicken McNugget or a chicken tender, how long does it take for a chicken to go from beginning to end?
Well, if you talk about from the breeders, we have breeders down in North Carolina, but just from like a small bird, like a 4.5 pound bird, which is like your KFCs and stuff like that,
Yeah.
your any of your little small party wings, stuff like that. That could be 42 days
Wow.
from the hatch.
Okay.
And then your big birds like Mount Air and Tyson birds that are 10 pounds, they could be 70 days.
But that's pretty quick.
But, it is very quick. And there's and everybody here is pretty much antibiotic free, no antibiotics ever, so none in the hatchery. There's no steroids. Steroids have been banned in the poultry industry since the 50s, I believe. The government banned them, but so all the advertising that they do, it's all just marketing. I mean, these chickens are basically eating corn and soybeans. That's pretty much and vitamins and minerals.
Okay.
Same amino acids, all the same stuff that we need, they need. So calcium, phosphorus, all your amino acids, and then corn and soy, so it's fat and protein.
There you go.
Not a whole lot to it, and they just chickens grow so fast that they get many more generations to pick from. Then you pick the top 10 biggest breast yield birds out of 100, and then you do that out of a group of 100 and put all of them together and do it again. I mean, you can get 7 generations in a year, where like beef, it's a year and a half to get 1 generation.
Okay.
So
Wow.
that's why people think that they're so pumped up with stuff, but it's just selective breeding, all. It's pretty interesting trade.
No doubt.
Sure.
Yeah, very informative call there. I appreciate it. Chad, thank you so much. And don't be a stranger now, and tell your friends, pass the word around with the other overnight chicken haulers or feed haulers out there. Let them know.
That's right. I will.
Thank you very much. Have a great Friday and a super weekend. There you go. Thank you, Brother Rambler. We needed that first-time caller, right? It is 844-844-3388. What about Scarecrow? Here he is on a casual Friday. If my computer will do its thing. Here he is.
Well, you got your first-time caller, man. I was going to offer up my services again, Steve. First-time call tonight.
You just want a free code. I know you.
Yeah, we've been down that street before. You know the number. You know the address. You can make it happen if need be. Yeah. Oh, Rambler, you're a man in high cotton there, buddy. We've covered this before there too, Steve. As long as he remembers the date and the year of his wedding nuptials there, man, he's a man in line for some very special favors from that bride of his there. So, you're doing well there, Rambler. Keep it going there, man. Oh, casual Friday. Steve, when I first suggested this, it was just to get a break from the downtroddenness that bestowed on us so much during the work week and all, and figured a decent way to wind the week up. And Lone Ranger, he certainly held up his end of the bargain there with that air freshener.
Yes.
Thing that he kind of come up with there. Now, I don't know if there's a big demand for that. He could take that to the sharks on Shark Tank and see what kind of response he gets from them, but he may have something there. You never know. But if he can get together with Gilligan, why, they can probably bestow on us some special program offers and such.
Well, somebody sent me an email suggesting that there are a number of women, I don't know if you're aware, that actually get the belly piercing to use as a hanger for air fresheners.
Nah. If that's the reason they feel they need that, well, so be it.
I think they might have been fibbing a little bit. I don't know. It's possible.
Makes for a good conversation. I was thinking about Eagle last night. He was talking about, well, we were talking about spring break down in Florida and how everybody's welcome, the revelers are welcome to stay out of town. And, well, given the descriptions that he was laying on it, Steve, I even thought he was maybe describing some of the beach parties and revelry that kind of take place during the summer upstream from us here away. Yeah, shucks, they kind of become lessons in anatomy at times. Kind of sounds like what goes on down in Florida. I've never done spring break, but yeah, I kind of keep that in mind there. Anyway, let's see. I tried a dozen times tonight. Last night, if you recall, I fell off of your screen, and I don't know what the heck happened to my phone here, Steve. It took most of this program. I finally rebooted the phone about a half hour ago, and I was finally able to get a call through. So, couple days ago, well, you talked about daylight savings time and your Dakota rhythm or whatever the heck that is called. It gets out of whack.
Right.
Well, coincidentally, a couple days ago, Bongino was talking about the presidential, groups from the special security details and such, and just totally coincidental. He mentioned about, say, traveling to South Korea. When they come back, it takes about 3 to 4 days for your system to come back to normal. Well, Secret Service, they don't have 3 or 4 days to donate, so to speak, before they're back to normal. So they have special medication, we'll say, that they're able to take and keep on working. Now, that we're going to South Korea here in about a week and a half. I'm coming back. I think it's Easter evening, and we're going to lay over in Minneapolis and then drive home, Monday morning. And my intent is to run, Monday night. Well, I'm thinking if it's going to take 3 or 4 days for me to reacclimate to the Midwest here, maybe I should be hunting up some of that special medication that the armed forces are known to have access to it, as well as the Secret Service. Yeah. Do you know any Secret Service types that I could be in touch with here? Or?
I don't know. Pappy might be able to hook you up with somebody. Call Bongino.
All right, yeah. Anyway, I'm guessing by the end of the year, there's probably going to be some YouTube specials, blunders and bloops from the airline industry. You probably covered this one already, on this program. I missed a lot of it, but now here yesterday, this is weekly that we're hearing of airliners that are having glitches. Now yesterday, I wanted to say United. I don't think that's what it was, but they lost a complete wheel assembly on takeoff. If you haven't seen it on the news there, Steve, I'm sure you can find it on YouTube. Yeah, about a 100-foot I don't think they were 100 feet off the ground, and the wheel fell right off the plane. And so it wiped out a number of four-wheelers. I think it was set as the employee parking lot. So, but yeah, that one wheel, given body shop prices, I'm sure there's a $20,000 bill or better in line for that. But no, we can't go a week without something new, coming out of the industry that's mechanical, issue, neglect or accident or whatever. So there was that, and I wanted to touch on this last night, but as I say, I failed to be able to communicate. That Biden airlift, Steve, how the hell did they go an entire year with that operation and completely staying under the radar with it? I mean, think of the literally hundreds of people involved, just to make it happen, both the government level, the airlines level, airports. It's one thing to say they did it at night. Well, you have all these airports across the country with these planes with foreigners without passports or such, coming through. You would have to believe that there'd be loose lips at some point, in the process. Just, and thinking of the numbers of planes and flights, they say it's 320,000 people. Well, even if you, the wide body planes, if you figure 800 flights, 800 to 1,000 flights, that's just unbelievable that, they could have pulled that off without, the general public finding out of it, about it at some point in time. It obviously nothing was going to get said about it, but, last night, but certainly the media is doing their part not to, make light of it or such, but, no, it just totally bewilders me that they were able to, do this.
And the fact that the only reason it came to light is because of a Freedom of Information Act suit that had to be filed by the Center for Immigration Studies.
And did they have an inkling that this was taking place then?
Apparently, they knew, they suspected something was going on, but I guess so they had to sue for that. And even with that, they being the government, refused to divulge which airports, and there's 42 or 43 that they're flying these people in from all over the country, where they're flying them into.
It was maybe a couple weeks back, I mentioned that I'd read, I think, on Epoch or Apple News, the speculation, or they were pointing at the United Nations for having a big hand in all these individuals, migrating north, and they gave 3 or 4 specific locations across South America. Well, I think you read a little bit ago, 3 or 4 countries that these flights were originating from, and my thoughts too. These were all one-way dedicated flights. It wasn't like you had a 800 to 1,000 wide-body planes heading for South America, with passengers on board. Just think of the dollars that were involved in moving these individuals into our country. But I guess I'm kind of getting away from casual Friday here. But it's just something that has just got under my skin there, Steve. And so either way, as I say, we're headed for South Korea. I told Stewie yesterday, as long as I get a little stick time and a U2, well, I'll be happy. And yeah, that got a real positive
Not going to happen.
So either way, Steve, that's what I got for you. So I have a good weekend, man. We'll Do it again next week.
All right. Until we speak again, you do the same. Have a great weekend. Sheriff Grady Judd, familiar with him? I think that's the Florida guy, right? The Florida sheriff. Yeah, he was kind of expounding on these flights coming into the country and how our tax dollars are paying for this. Flying, and once they're here in the USA, they're flying illegals that are working in the sex trade across the country. Sheriff Grady Judd, federal policy drives illegal immigrant crime and victimization. That was the focus, other than our victims of human trafficking. He said, federal policy drives what's going on. He said, I want to introduce you to Andre Gill. He showed the picture. He's on this board with a bunch of others. He came down here from New York with 3 females, all of them in the country illegally. Did you hear what I said? They're all here illegally. He's the one that comes with them to drive them around. These ladies are all controlled by a human trafficker. We think their human trafficker is a female. She sets up their appointments. She puts their ads online. She tells them where to go. And by the way, on Friday, the victims of the human trafficking, and we've graded them out, the pictures, 3 of them that are here illegally from Venezuela, 3 of them, they have to pay $3,000 apiece on Friday or they're threatened. So they're not free. They are indentured and they're paying off their debt. Now, here's what they told us. I'm sure the federal government will verify this is not true. You decide who you want to believe, whether you want to believe these victims of human trafficking or the whitewash the federal authorities are going to give you, he says. They said when they come into the country illegally, Department of Homeland Security gave them a form, an ID, paperwork that allows them to fly for free. You know how Southwest allows your bags to fly free? Well, the federal government will let your illegal immigrants fly free. They operate out of New York. They're working up there, and the New York authorities say, hey, if you don't have identification, you can't work here in the sex trade up here. You know, we don't allow sex trade here at all, but New York, you're allowed to do some stuff if you got the proper authority, apparently. So they say they make a lot of money. They're addicted to this. These ladies are going to give you more details. They tell us that they fly to major metro centers for free on the federal government, where they set up their appointments for sex all over the country. Again, did you hear what I said? If you don't pay $3,000 apiece Friday, you're in trouble. I don't know. Will that go anywhere? That was Sheriff Grady Judd, and he brought this all out yesterday in a press conference. We'll leave it off there on a casual Friday. All right, have a good weekend. Thanks for being with us. Come back midnight, Sunday night into a Monday morning for our next edition.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. what's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but